when we first got back in contact, she was living in Maryland.
Okay.
She was in, I think, it was like, you know, when you, because when I
Oh, okay. Yeah.
first met, when we first got back in contact, she was living in Maryland.
Okay.
She was in, I think, Upper Marlboro. I think she was in Upper Marlboro.
Okay.
And she rented out like a basement
Okay.
of somebody's house. And around that time she was leaving out. And she didn't have nowhere to go, and that's why I was like, you know, well, how about just you and your kids come here until you get yourself together. Which was a bad idea.
Okay. So that didn't work out. So she moved here into your apartment from Upper Marlboro.
Yes.
Okay. And then from there, and when do you think that was?
Man. So I moved here in 2020. It was probably like 1 month after I moved in here.
So in 2020ish.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did she move her and all her kids?
Yes.
So it was 5?
It was, at the time it was her, I know Pharaoh, Imagine, Empress, Javen, and Ava. Yeah, 5.
Okay. Ava was living with her at that point.
Yes.
Okay. Kylie was.
Not living with her. Like, Kylie always lived with her father.
Okay. So Kylie's always lived with her dad in Manassas.
Yes.
Okay. So all of them moved here with you.
Yes.
Okay.
And the dog.
Okay. And I'm assuming. I mean, I don't want to get too deep into your relationship with her at that point, but that did not work out, correct?
No, it didn't.
Okay.
It was good at first, but Dorothy was not a good person. She wasn't a good mother, you know. like now, like to be real, the stuff that she did, I don't know. Maybe it was the way she was brought up, because she had a rough upbringing.
Okay.
But just, like the things that she was doing, I wasn't liking.
Pharaoh,
Her
hello,
kids
hello,
was
hello.
destroying the house. Like you still see the carpet still messed up from them, and it's just there was a lot of It got to a point where I didn't like coming to my own house,
Yeah.
so it got to a point I was like, you know what, you gotta go.
Okay.
And I was seeing things that I didn't like. Like her and Ava was close, so they was like using drugs together, like nothing hard, like coke or nothing, but they was like smoke weed together, and I wasn't feeling that. So
Okay.
like when I seen stuff like that, I was just, and then me and Divine kept arguing.
Divine was not here, right?
Divine, I'd never seen him.
Okay.
I'd never seen him in person.
Okay.
It was always like over the phone, or I would see like the text messages that he would send her and
Okay.
stuff like that.
What was it? He didn't appreciate them living here with you?
Yeah, it's everything. I swear, if you was to put Divine and Moses in the same room, you won't tell which one's who. They're like the same people.
Okay. So it got to a point where she had to leave.
Yeah.
Where did she go from there?
I believe she went to the Motel 6.
When do
Becky,
you know about
hello.
what time that was?
Sunshine, hello,
Not
hello,
time,
hello.
but about when that is?
Yeah, time frame.
Mm-hmm.
Was it like 3 months after she moved in? 6
Tracy,
months?
hello, hello, hello.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you tell the people here that they were living here?
No,
No? Okay.
because I knew she was. It wasn't a permanent thing. It was like
I know, it's temporary, but I just didn't know if you were told them so they wouldn't, get on your case about it.
No.
Okay.
What the fuck was that?
Tracy,
You
hello,
remember what kind
hello,
of phone she
hello.
had? Like color or make, brand, phone number to it?
It was an iPhone.
iPhone?
Yeah, so I know.
What color was it? You remember what kind of phone she had? Like color or make, brand, phone number to it?
It was an iPhone.
iPhone?
Yeah, so I know.
What color was it? You remember?
It would be white or like a pinkish color. I don't know between those.
Okay. Did it have a case?
Yeah.
And the case was that color or the
Yeah,
actual iPhone?
the case is that color.
Okay. You don't happen to know the password or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
Alright, so
I'm about to find out
Okay.
now.
And you continue to make contact with her even after she moved out?
Yeah, but it wasn't as frequent.
And like call or text?
Sometimes it'll be a call.
Mhm.
Sometimes it'll be a text.
Okay.
Sometimes it'll be an email. You know, because when she was with homeboy, it got real rough. So I can let you know. 1 second. I'm sorry.
no, that's fine. Take your time. Told them so they wouldn't,
Because I knew she was. It wasn't a permanent thing. It was like a.
I know, it's temporary, but I just,
Yeah, you know, Christina Bustos, how are you, ma'am? Yeah, he asked him about the cell phone, Dorsey's cell phone, and he knew the color of the cell phone. Knew it's an iPhone. Knew the color of the cell phone. Interesting. Interesting.
didn't know if you were,
How close were you watching Dorothy? How close were you watching Mustafa? That's a good question.
told them so they wouldn't, get on your case
No,
about
no,
it.
no, 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 no.
Okay.
You remember what kind of phone she had?
Told them so they wouldn't, get on your case
No,
about
no,
it.
no, 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 no.
And I found it interesting that he complained to the housing unit that Mustafa was living there. He says he went into the office of the housing complex and made a complaint. Now, when Investigator Davis asked Glenn Ford, did you notify the housing unit that Dorothy was living with you? He said no. Wait a minute. So when Dorothy was living with you, you never notified the housing unit, but you're going to the housing unit and complaining about Mustafa? I mean, that's interesting. He said a month. He said a month into. So in 2020, he said Dorothy has been living with him since 2020. Interesting.
Okay.
But then he says this was a temporary arrangement. I mean, you're talking about 2020. You're talking about a couple of years. That's what you're saying.
You remember what kind of phone she had? Like color or?
A permanent thing. It was like a.
I know, it's temporary, but I just didn't know if you were told them so they wouldn't, get on your case about
No,
it.
no, 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 no.
Okay.
You remember what kind of phone she had? Like color or make, brand, phone number to it?
It was an iPhone.
iPhone?
Yeah, so I know.
What color was it? You remember?
It would be white or like a pinkish color. I don't know between those.
Okay. Did it have a case?
Yeah.
And the case was that color or the
That
actual
case,
iPhone?
that case is that color.
Okay. You don't happen to know the password or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
Alright, so
I'm about to find out
Okay.
now.
Interesting.
And you continue to make contact with her even after she moved out?
see.
Yeah, but it wasn't as frequent.
And like call or text?
Sometimes it'll be a call, sometimes it'll be a text,
Okay.
sometimes it'll be an email. You know, because when she was with homeboy, it got real rough. So I can let you know 1 second. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Take your time.
And you say, when you say homeboy, you're talking about the one that
Moses.
was involved in the crash?
Yes.
Okay.
Damn, didn't have a date on. Hold on. 12/15/2022.
That's when she left? Or that's roughly the time that she left?
Roughly the time. I would say that'd be a day or two after.
That's when she left?
Or the one that
Moses.
was involved in the crash?
Yes.
Okay.
Damn, didn't have a date on. Hold on. 12/15/2022.
Twelve 2022.
That's when she left? Or that's roughly the time that she left?
Roughly the time. I would say that'd be a day or two after.
So she was here for a while.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was more than a year that she stayed with you.
No, okay, so then I got my times mixed up because she wasn't here no more than a year. I would say like 8 months.
Okay.
8 months.
Now, like I think I told you yesterday, that's the day that you called the police and say, hey, this person's not leaving.
Yeah.
So that's roughly the same time as
Yeah.
when she left.
Mhm.
So
You called
she
the
goes
police.
from there to the Motel 6.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I believe.
Does anybody want to watch the body cams when Glenn Ford and Dorothy, when the police got involved? Does anybody want to read the notes? Police notes? Interesting.
Maybe not directly there. She probably stayed like another hotel for a couple of days, but I know the Motel 6 is where she's been like
The longest.
the longest.
Okay.
Okay.
So you said somewhere around that time when she was in the Motel 6 is when Moses came into the
Yeah,
picture.
that's when her daughter Kylie was. I don't think she was staying with her, but she was just visiting with her for a while.
Okay.
And that's when Kylie was letting me know about Moses when he was being the guy that stalked them.
What did he just say? Let's go back. Kylie.
The Motel 6 is where she's been like
The longest.
the longest.
Okay.
Okay.
So you said somewhere around that time when she was in the Motel 6 is when Moses came into the
Yeah,
picture.
that's when her daughter Kylie was. I don't think she was staying with her, but she was just visiting with her for a while.
Okay.
So Kylie's not staying there. We know CPS separated Dorothy and Kylie, so Kylie is not allowed to make contact with her mother.
And that's when Kylie.
But Kylie pretending to know everything in the apartment. But yeah, she doesn't live there. That's being used as a witness. You'd be a witness if you haven't been there. Interesting.
was letting me know about Moses when he was being the guy that stalked them a lot.
Describe stalking.
Well, I guess he used to do business over there. Like I said, he used to sell stuff.
Yes, he used to sell his heat warmers. Yes. Yes, Glenn. Yes, Investigator Davis. Mustafa sells heat warmers and medical equipment in the parking lots. Yes. Police know that. Oh, wait a minute. He had a lawsuit against the police, so they know everything about Mustafa. Oh, the police had a lawyer that was representing them against Mustafa. Yes, they're watching Mustafa. They're stalking Mustafa. They're harassing Mustafa. Oh, there is no history. Oh, wait a minute. There is a history.
About his truck.
The jealous ex boyfriend that's watching Mustafa, that's watching his ex girlfriend move on with her life, is sitting down with the investigator, and he's a witness. But Mustafa's brother, who was in the apartment the night before, the police are too terrified to sit down with him. The Commonwealth attorney is too terrified to sit down with him. The prosecutor is terrified to sit down with him. What does the brother have of the night before the vehicle accident that they're terrified that that's going to be introduced into their record? That's interesting. That's an interesting conversation. Oh, wait a minute. The neighbor was there with her child in the car. And she has a good relationship with Mustafa and Dorothy. But then now is pretending to be at odds with Mustafa. Is given a narrative. Wait a minute. The FBI is saying that she's in a relationship with the jealous ex boyfriend. Interesting. Oh, which FBI? Oh, Special Agent Lindsay Coulter says that Glenn Ford is in a relationship with Nene, aka Kim Coleman, aka Tanisha Coleman. Oh, wait a minute. She was in the back seat with her child, dancing to music, having a normal conversation with Mustafa, with Dorothy. Oh, they're friends? Everything is normal? Oh, wait a minute. The brother has evidence? Oh, wait a minute. That kind of contradicts what Nini's saying. Interesting.
So
Stuff like drugs or
no,
like,
no,
you know,
like
shoes.
like little trinkets,
Clothes,
like
okay.
little hair ties and
Okay.
equipment and stuff like that.
So
Little trinkets? Mustafa sells little trinkets? Ties? Wait a minute. What's wrong with selling ties? And trinkets? Oh, we're looking down on this individual. Mama 007, thank you. And thank you for being here and being part of this conversation.
Moses was coming around at the Buckos. Okay.
And I guess every time that
So, wait a minute. He says Mustafa does business in the area. And then in the same breath, he says he's talking Dorothy. I mean, is he speaking on behalf of Dorothy? Wait a minute. Wait, Mustafa's in a relationship with Dorothy? What? Oh, that's the jealous ex-boyfriend who's telling the investigator that her new boyfriend, oh, he's not happy that Dorothy is moving on with her life, that she met someone that she's happy with. Oh, so he must be stalking her. Wait a minute. Is there any police reports that Dorothy called the police on Mustafa? No. And investigator Davis is just sitting there, eating it up. Interesting.
he would like just linger around
Linger around. Wait a minute.
Dorothy
I thought you just said he does business in the area.
and the daughter and stuff like that to got uncomfortable.
Okay.
And that's when the daughter would tell me,
That's what Kylie.
yeah, Kylie would call me like, hey, there's this guy over here who keeps stalking us. I was like,
Be interesting to subpoena Kylie's cell phone, and Glenn Ford's cell phone, email communication, and see what kind of communication they were having with the police before the vehicle accident. What kind of communication were they having with the police lawyer, the law firm, before the vehicle accident? Mustafa was in an active lawsuit uh, with the police, and the police has a lawyer. The law firm is Thomas McMillan, and the lawyer is Rachel Adams. Now we know that those lawyers have investigators, private investigators. Now, of course, as common sense tells you, we don't need to subpoena anything for to know that those lawyers had private investigators that were collecting information on Mustafa. Mustafa was in an active lawsuit against the police. Now, Glenn Ford is living in the same complex. Kylie is at odds with her mom. You want to tell me that the private investigators for the lawyer that was representing the police in Mustafa's $500,000 lawsuit are not in communication with the people that are around Mustafa? You got Glenn Ford. I bet you we're going to find communication between them. I bet you we're going to find communication between Kylie. I bet you we're going to find communication between Nene, the neighbor. That would be an interesting details. I mean, there's so much hate. I mean, you got Glenn Ford. He's watching Mustafa, the new boyfriend. He's watching Dorothy. And we all get to hear what Glenn Ford said that night. I mean, we hear what he's telling investigator Davis. He doesn't just hate Mustafa. He hates the mother of Mustafa. He hates the brother of Mustafa. I mean, he seems to be really angry with the whole family. I mean, just his body cam alone, the way he describes the mother is disturbing. The way he's describing, forget what he's talking about Mustafa. Let's talk about Glenn Ford describing the mother of Mustafa. That's interesting. Why would you have so much hate for the mother? Unless you did something that you're not supposed to, that you're terrified that is going to come out. So you're painting a picture that everybody's a monster. You're terrified. Something is going to come out that you don't want it to come out. And you're terrified that this information is going to come out. Glenn Ford, what are you terrified that's going to come out? That you're scared. I mean, this is fear. We all saw Glenn Ford the other day run away from a simple question. Where did you get the information that you got 2 days into the vehicle accident? I mean, where did you get your information? Who's telling you that Mustafa is on the run? Who's telling you that Mustafa? Police is telling this guy the day of the accident that Mustafa crashed the vehicle on purpose. Wait a minute. I thought they were investigating a vehicle accident. You've got police telling Glenn Ford that Mustafa crashed the vehicle on purpose, that Mustafa is on the run. You've got the police telling the kids that Mustafa is on the run. He left your 5-year-old baby sister in the vehicle. That's interesting. Why would the police lie? I mean, we had Glenn Ford here the other day. I asked him a simple question. I said, I have posts that you made the night of the accident on Facebook on the Prince William County Police Department, under every single person that would comment that Mustafa's on the run, and he did this intentionally. Where'd you get that information? I mean, it's a simple answer. The police told me. The investigator told me. Interesting. So you're telling me that the police are tainting and coaching witnesses? They're giving them a narrative? I thought they were investigating. I mean, at that stage, you haven't finished your investigation. Interesting.
Tell the police. Tell your mom to call the police.
Do you know if they ever called the police?
So he's telling Kylie to call the police on her new boyfriend on his own. His observation is this guy is stalking Dorothy. When Dorothy is in a relationship with this guy, he's upset that his girlfriend, his ex-girlfriend, is moving on. Exactly, Farrah. He ran away. His ex-girlfriend is moving on with her life. She met someone that loves her. He's upset. So he must be stalking her. So he goes to the 14-year-old child, who's also at odds with her mom, that she's upset that her mom is moving on. Her mom is tired from this bullshit that she's dealing with her 14-year-old child. Her 14-year-old child, according to her forensic interview, she does rugs. She's on all kind of rugs. This is a 14-year-old child that's rebelling, and at that stage where she wants to tell her mom what to do, and her mom better listen. That's according to her. Dorothy is tired, and she wants nothing to do with this 14-year-old child, and she wants to move on with her life. She tells her, "You're living with your dad." Now, he's telling that 14-year-old child to call the police. Interesting. Now, a month before the vehicle accident, the police shows up at Dorothy's apartment. Mustafa opens the door, and the police come in, and they do a wellness check. Now, there are body cams, and there are notes. Dorothy is really upset at Kylie for calling the police, and tells Kylie not to meddle with her life. Dorothy is upset, and the police show up, do a wellness check, and everything is good. That's interesting. Why is that not being introduced into the records? The police come in, they talk to the kids, they talk to Dorothy, they talk to Mustafa. Everything is good. Why is that not introduced into their records? I promise you, it will be introduced into their records. And we're going to get to dissect this case and the details of this case. Who's involved? Who are the actors? Christina, we can't say the actual word, so we have to say rugs, unfortunately. I think TikTok is very sensitive with words. 007, the court is in October. All right, let's keep watching.
I don't think Dorothy ever called the police on him.
Wait, did he just say Dorothy never called the police on him? Dorothy never called the police on him. Now, we all saw Dorothy's personality. Dorothy has a very assertive personality. In the relationship, we all watched the Google Nest, and we come to the conclusion the person that wears the pants in the relationship is Dorothy. Dorothy never called the police on him. Yeah, because Dorothy loves Mustafa, and Mustafa loved Dorothy. We get to watch the Google Nest. We get to watch the Google Nest inside the apartment. and it shows that they have a beautiful relationship. 007, we'll talk about why it's all the way in October in a little bit. I want to go through this body cam, and I want to talk about the details of this body cam. Interesting details come out when you listen to. Yeah, unfortunately, Muscolo, it's a sensitive word. What are you gonna do? These are the rules that we have to play by.
Please.
Do you know if they ever called the police?
I don't think Dorothy ever called the police on them.
What about the daughter? Daughter ever?
No. The daughter just like, you know what, fuck it. She's gonna keep messing with this dude. I'm going back to my dad.
Oh, so she wants to tell her mom what to do. Kylie, 14-year-old child. Imagine you're a mother and you have a 14-year-old child, and the 14-year-old child is telling you who to date. What are we talking about here? Glenn Ford tells investigator Davis, Kylie wants to tell her mom who to date. The mom loves him. She wants to be in a relationship with him. But Kylie, the one that's involved in every kind of rugs, the one that's rebelling against the world, thinks that whatever she says must go. She wants to continue to. She wants to control her mom. Like if she's gonna continue mess with the dude, I don't want to have anything to do. I mean, you're separated about CPS. Why is this not on the record? That Kylie is separated by CPS. Oh, here we go. Glenn Ford himself. Hello, hello, hello. Lenny, what's up, man? Hey, what happened to you the other day? And of course, what happened the other day, man?
Disconnected. I was at work.
You were connected at work, so you didn't run away.
Disconnected. Run away from what?
From the conversation. I mean, we're watching your body cam.
Why would I do that? Why would I run away?
Well, there's a lot, and the community has a lot of questions.
Okay, I'm not worried about that. First of all, I just want to talk to you.
I don't know if you're not worried about it. You got an investigation on your way.
Bro, I'm not worried about that. Trust me.
Trust me, you're gonna be worried about it. You got a case this big. You got the Department of Justice. You got the FBI investigating you.
Yo, bro, I don't have nobody looking for me. Stop lying to them, yo.
Okay, all right.
Nobody's looking for me.
So you're telling me you have nothing to worry about with your cell phone?
I have nothing to worry about.
Okay.
I have nothing to worry about.
So if your cell phone gets subpoenaed,
I don't even need to subpoena it. You just ask for it. I'll give it to you, homie.
okay, all right.
I have nothing to hide.
So your cell phones, your emails. Why are you angry? Why are you upset?
Because you got my name in your mouth more than anything.
I didn't get involved. You're on a body cam.
Every time I'm chilling, I gotta come back and what? Guess what? My name's in your mouth.
It's gonna continue to be here.
Stop it. Yo, just accept the fact. Your brother did what he did, and that's that. All this other extra shit you're doing, you're trolling.
Why are you upset?
Stop, bro. Because, man, it's getting annoying right now.
Did you not?
You're like a nagging ass girlfriend. That's what you're like, bro.
We're gonna be here. We've got a whole year. We have a whole year to talk about you.
If your brother was this innocent, bro, he wouldn't be sitting where he is now.
Actually,
Stop it.
Actually,
Stop it.
the key word is alleged.
You want to make it everybody's after y'all. Come on.
Now,
Stop it, man.
why are you upset the body cams are out?
No, the body cam, you can show whatever you want. What does the dash cam show, homie?
The dash camera showed that it's a vehicle accident. Did you not hear the expert witness?
If it was a vehicle accident, he wouldn't be where he is right now.
Actually,
Stop it.
the prosecutor is so terrified. Did you know that this dash camera? Let's not talk over each other. Let's have a civil conversation. I mean, I'm not angry. Why are you angry? Let's have a conversation.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
No, 'cause
The
last
prosecutor
time you talked.
is terrified of this dash camera. That's why the dash camera is sealed. Did you know that I took it from them?
You took it from, and then you posted, and what do we see?
We see a vehicle accident. According, not to me, according to the expert witness that looked at the dash camera, studied the discovery, saw that this is a vehicle accident.
Bro, if it was a vehicle accident, he wouldn't be sitting where he's at right now.
Are you aware that the police report is falsified?
No, I heard all the episodes of your TV show. I'm not interested in all that.
I know you're not, because you're the one that fabricated probable cause by lying.
Listen, yo, they go by evidence.
Let me ask you a
What
question.
say?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Did you not say that Mustafa is on the run?
I just said Mustafa's a unicorn. It doesn't matter.
Oprah is telling us he's not being investigated.
You got
The
your people
person.
thinking I'm some, like, you got your people thinking I did this, I did that. Like, stop it, yo.
No, I'm not.
I did this, I did that. Like, stop it, yo.
No, I'm not. I don't have.
It's ridiculous. It's
They're
ridiculous. man.
watching you on your own body cam, lying.
Watch me. They can watch me do a backflip on my tippy toes.
I've got more.
I don't care, bro.
I've got more.
It doesn't matter.
I've got more.
What happened on that dash cam, homie? That's it.
Got so much
That
more.
is it.
I've got so much more.
Everything
That's.
that happens afterwards,
You sure? You sure about that?
nothing.
You sure about that? Why are you worried?
Nothing.
Why are you? Why are you? You see that smile on my face?
I'm flying, dog.
You see how hard I'm smiling? You
I'm
see,
not worried. I'm smiling too while I'm saying this.
it doesn't sound like it.
I'm smiling, bro.
It doesn't sound like it.
I'm happy. I'm
You're
on my job. I'm doing
why
my thing.
you're angry. I'm asking you questions, man. I'm asking you questions. Let's have a conversation.
It's upsetting when another grown man has another grown man's name that comes out his mouth more than anything.
Oh, we've got a whole year.
I don't know you, bro. I don't know you. You don't know me, bro.
Oh, I know. I'm getting to know you through the body cams.
Why you keep putting?
Oh, I know you very well through those body cams and the discovery and the documents.
It's crazy.
Is it?
It's crazy.
Is it? I mean, we're watching you lie about Mustafa and create probable cause. Did you know lying is perjury and is punishable by law?
Do whatever they want after the fact.
Homeboy, tell that to the FBI that's going to be knocking on your door.
Yo, and I will welcome them if they ever come. If they ever come.
They're going to be welcoming you.
For what?
They're for lying and fabricating and creating probable cause.
Listen, for probable cause, bro, you act like what? So you mean to tell me like everybody that has the same opinion that I do is going to have an FBI knock on their door?
You're saying to Investigator Davis that you're a witness. You
I
said,
haven't spoken. What are you? Where are you getting your info, bro?
are you now sitting with Investigator Davis right here?
The first and only time. What are you talking?
Oh no, I've got other body cams. No. Now that's a lie. You know that's a lie. Glenn, do you know who you're talking to, sir? He runs away. Why do you run away? Bro, you're angry.
Bro, nobody's hanging away. I was.
Thank you for coming back.
You're nobody to run away from.
Okay.
Trust me.
Then why are you angry?
You're like one of those kids that hides behind a camera and talk shit, but when it's time to do like real work.
Oh, you know where I'm at, bro.
You coward.
Bro, you know where I'm at? You know where I'm at? You know my home address? You already know my home address. Okay. Why don't you come up to the cargo? Why didn't you come up to the cargo van when you said you were gonna come up to the cargo van?
I don't know where you live. I don't want to know where you live.
Oh, you already know where I live, bro. You know where I'm at? But you don't have balls enough to approach, and you know that. The other day you said you're gonna come up to the cargo van where I'm at, but you ain't got no balls to approach, bro.
You're the brother of a guy that unalived 2 people. That's what I
Well,
know you at.
well, according to the prosecutor, that now you're a liability. Did you know that you're a liability for this prosecutor?
Yeah, you can say whatever you
No,
want.
I'm being serious. I promise you. Now that the body cams are out, listen, can we talk? We're gonna talk.
That whatever you're doing is gonna save your brother. I wish you the best, bro.
Now, let me tell you. Let's talk. Let's talk. Let's not be angry. Let's not get upset. Okay? Let's have a conversation. Now, what I was trying to tell you is, did you know that now that the body cams are out and now that the discovery is out, you're a liability for prosecutor Sarah Sammy and Commonwealth Amy Ashworth, and they will bring your charges back because of it, unless you listen.
What charges are you?
Do you not have rug charges? Do you not have rug charges that disappeared? Yes, and they can bring them back. If you don't play, homeboy. But let me tell you. Let me tell you. You want to tell us?
Nobody's bringing charges back. Nobody's investigating. Nobody's subpoena nothing. You need to stop it. Stop giving your.
So why are you upset?
so much
If nothing is happening,
that's not going to happen.
why are you
I
upset?
just told you why I'm upset. I'm not even upset.
Bro, I'm not the one that inserted himself in a vehicle accident.
Yo, I'm just saying. Yo, did you see me in that car?
It's a vehicle accident, and now you have individuals saying, let me tell you.
See me in the car.
Let me explain. It's a vehicle accident, and now you're saying that Mustafa and Dorothy have problems. When we know that they don't have problems, you lied.
Yo,
And now, let me tell you, and now details are coming out that you lied, and here you are upset.
if you want to believe that their relationship was a fairy tale, by all means, that's your brother. Yo,
Oh, it was a beautiful relationship. I have the Google Nest.
I did it.
I have details in that apartment.
Bro, look, I understand. That's your brother, bro. That's your family. If I were you in your position, I truly will understand. I don't know what I would do. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. I try to empathize with y'all.
No.
People.
You called my mom a monster on this body cam. How did you empathize when you're lying about Mustafa? You called the mother a monster. How did you empathize with this family? How did you sympathize that this is a vehicle accident? How?
If your mom kept my name out her mouth, I wouldn't even bother your mom.
Oh, you're in it.
Y'all,
Oh, you're one of the main characters.
y'all people.
You are one of the main characters. Let me tell you how. Let's talk. Let's not just shout over each other. Let me talk. Let me tell you how you're the main character. A vehicle accident happened. On dash camera, it's a vehicle accident. You insert yourself into the mix and you say they have problems in their relationship. And now you're upset because details are coming out. Google Nest, the videos inside the apartment. Let me talk.
I don't pay attention.
That Mustafa has a beautiful relationship. So the question is, why did this individual lie about Mustafa's relationship? To fabricate and create probable cause. That's where the FBI is getting involved. And they're going to subpoena your cell phone. They're going to subpoena your email. My sister was laughing, by the way.
No, Amar, stop painting your brother like he's some damn angel.
I'm not painting anything. I'm showing documents. I'm showing body cams. I'm showing the camera inside the apartment.
He's an angel.
Bro, stop. You showing everything that's
Mustafa
all good.
is an angel.
You wasn't there when she was calling me because what your brother did, bro.
That's why your cell phone is going to get subpoenaed. We want to get to the bottom of it.
So we'd like.
So why are you worried? Why did you tell Investigator Davis that you deleted your emails?
I'm telling you right now, from the bottom of my heart, that I am not worried about none of that. I am not.
You sound worried.
I'm pissed off. I told you why I'm pissed off.
You're pissed off because details are coming out where it shows that you fabricated and created probable cause.
Every time I turn around, my name is coming out. You're out, bro.
Okay, let me ask you this. Why did you... Okay, let me ask you a better question. All right, let me ask you a better question. Why did you pawn off everything in Dorothy Mustafa's apartment the night of the accident?
Oh my God, nobody. Yo, I haven't been in that apartment.
That's not what Investigator Davis tells us. Investigator Davis says you pawned off everything in their apartment.
I didn't pawn it. I didn't even go inside the apartment. I don't have nothing to do with that pawn shit. I don't know what you're talking
That's not what the police department says.
What the hell do I need from a stop?
There's a pawn slip where you put someone else's information and you pawned everything off.
Your brother was nothing.
Oh, he was something, all right.
Well, I mean, if he was nothing and nothing happened, you wouldn't be here and you would be upset. I mean, Len,
there's a reason.
why are you muting yourself and running away? Can we not run away from the conversation?
There's a reason why you're her ex. There's a reason why Mustafa was dating.
Why
Dorothy.
are you running away from the conversation? All right. Can we just be calm? Can you relax? By the way, hey, relax. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath.
We just want
Okay.
answers.
Details are coming out and we're asking questions.
Yo,
Okay, let me ask you a better question. Okay. your Facebook post the night of the vehicle accident. You said Mustafa is on the run. Glenn, are we here? Can we just grow a pair and have a real conversation? Hey, welcome back. What's going on with you? Jesus Christ. I mean, are you getting coached? It's okay. Let them coach you into the conversation. When you're ready and you're fully back, let them brief you on what you should say before you actually face your monster. Yes. Hey there, princess. Welcome back. I mean, if he's going to keep muting himself, if he's going to keep running away.
He has to think about what he wants to say.
All right. In the meantime, until you take a deep breath and really process what you're up against. Okay. Thank you, man. So let me reintroduce who Glenn Ford is. Glenn Ford is Dorothy's ex-boyfriend. Glenn Ford is the jealous ex-boyfriend who's not happy that his girlfriend moved on with her life, met someone that she loves. So he's sitting there watching Dorothy, he's sitting there watching her new boyfriend, Mustafa. This is Glenn Ford. According to the FBI, hey Glenn, can we have a conversation? Let's have a conversation, bro. Let's have a conversation. Otherwise, it's like pointless that you're here. If you're gonna scream like a crazy Tasmanian devil, it's not a conversation.
I'm just coming out here and asking as a man.
We're gonna be.
Please stop it, yo.
Stop what? Releasing your cams? Releasing your discovery?
Just keep my name out.
We're gonna be here for a long. You're one of the main characters. We're gonna be here.
The cops do what they do. Because whatever you're doing is not working.
Oh, you don't know what's going on behind closed doors, brother.
It's not.
Apparently, you're too worried.
Every day, I will post every day until your brother gets sentenced to let your people know ain't shit happening to me.
Well,
Plain period.
we will be here,
So just
and
stop.
we will monitor your situation very closely. Now, we appreciate your being here, and we ask you to continue to be coming here. There's a lot.
And I will continue to do that.
Now, things don't happen overnight. I want you to be comfortable and know that things don't happen overnight. Now, when you have a case this big,
Yes.
when you have sealed material, Julia, thank you, ma'am. Does anybody want to come up and have a conversation with Glenn? Glenn, you don't mind staying here for a little bit, do you?
If one of your people disrespect me, bro.
No. I promise you, we're not gonna disrespect you. Now, I made you a promise that one thing I will not do is disrespect you when you're here. Now, we're gonna have a conversation, and all I can ask is that you give me the same. Now I know you said a couple of things that you're coming up on my van, that you're gonna do something, bro. I ask you to have a conversation. I ask you to talk about the documents that we have in front of us. I ask you to talk about the body cams that we have released and the body cams that we will be releasing later. And for the love of God, please do not run away. Have a conversation. We're going to be here, and we're going to be here for a long time. Trial is in October. There's a DOJ, an FBI investigation. And those, I ask you to be patient with us. Because when they ask to subpoena your cell phone, it's going to take a minute. Now, are you telling us there's something to worry about in your cell phone or your email? I ask you a question. This is the part where you answer. Do you have anything to worry about?
Fucking stupid. Don't do that.
Do you have... I asked you a question. I'm asking you a serious question.
I told you from the beginning of this conversation, I don't have shit to worry about.
So why did you delete your emails when Investigator Davis asked you for them?
Amar, I don't have nothing to worry about.
Who deletes their email communications?
Yo, Amar, again,
I'm listening.
I'm just coming here to ask you, as a man, to please just keep my name out.
Oh, you're one of the main characters in my story, brother. I've got your body cams. I've got so many things that are gonna be coming out. You have no idea.
Understand that, but at the end of the day, your brother's still going to prison, and it doesn't fucking matter, bro.
So why are you upset then this information is coming out? If you're so sure.
Are you slow? Are you dumb? I told you the reason why I'm upset because another grown man keeps my name in his mouth.
We
That's
think.
why I'm upset.
Now, when I say we, I'm referring to we believe they're upset because information is coming out that shows the detail that you fabricated probable cause. That's what it looks like.
Regardless of what you believe, Amar, I don't fucking care about that.
Well, you look like you care. You're here. You're talking about it every day. If you had nothing to worry about, you know what I would do? If you had nothing to worry about, I would show it. But it shows that you're very terrified of the outcome.
No, I'm telling you, man. Just please.
All I ask you is not to relapse. I ask you not to relapse. Stay strong.
You don't have to worry about that.
I promise you, I am worried, and I don't want you to relapse.
I'll make a TikTok every day to show how nice and free I am.
Good.
Smile on my face to show me that I'm not fucking worried
Good.
about whatever.
And that's exactly what we want. Okay? Because we have a lot of conversations.
Yes.
There's a lot of conversations that we're gonna have.
As a man, just please keep my name.
So let me ask you this: why would you not? So let me ask you this: you didn't keep his name out of your mouth in this body cam, but you inserted yourself into, and you said that they were having problems.
I'm not worried, yo. Your brother's going to jail or prison, bro.
So why are you upset then? Let's keep talking about what we're talking about, and it shouldn't bother you.
Your brother is going to prison, and that's the end game.
So Glenn, let me ask you this: based on what?
All this extra shit you're doing is extra and wasting time, resources,
So,
money, and everything.
Are you concerned about my time?
As a grown man, I am telling you to keep my name out your fucking.
It sounds like you're very terrified of the outcome.
I don't care. I don't care what you think I sound like. But the one thing I know, I'm serious. Stop.
So let me ask you a
saying
question.
my fucking name.
Oh, we're gonna keep talking about you. You're the main character, brother.
Alright, you and your people
You,
just
Amy
this.
Hodgkins, aka Christina Alcazai. Hey, I mean, I've got a body cam where Amy Hodgkins is popping up with the investigator's wife that falsified the police. Let me ask you this: do you not give a fuck about Dorothy and Empress? Do you not want to know the details?
Do not question my relationship with them two.
Oh, I question it when you start bad mouthing Dorothy
You don't do that.
after the vehicle accident. You said Dorothy. What did you say? Oh, let's see. Dorothy is not a good person. That's what you said to Investigator Davis. I mean, Dorothy gets involved in a vehicle accident, and you're talking shit about Dorothy, and you want me to sit there and not question how you really feel about Dorothy?
You don't give a shit about Dorothy or Empress.
Oh, you
Well,
do?
I'm
Why?
here.
Do you?
Wait, Maha. Let's have a conversation.
Explain to us how you give a shit about Dorothy and Empress.
Tell us
Tell us how
you actually care. How?
We'd love to know. We already saw how you feel
So-
about Dorothy and Empress.
Exactly. You heard what my sister said. She
We
said,
all-
we
we all
already
heard.
saw how you feel about Dorothy and Empress.
We
You
got-
said Dorothy, I mean, that's your own word. I'm not even like saying anything. You said Dorothy's not a good person.
Repeat my words right now.
You said what?
Keep my name out your fucking mouth, bro.
Keep,
Oh, we're gonna
keep
talk.
Mustafa's name
We're
out
gonna
your
keep
fucking
talking.
mouth.
Bro.
You're the one that brought up Mustafa. You've been talking about Mustafa since day one. You don't even know Mustafa. Mustafa does not know
Oh, wait,
you.
wait. Hold
You
up.
are
Didn't we say we're gonna respect each other?
You are not in a relationship with Dorothy, okay?
Here, you wanna say?
Hey, this
Hey,
ain't no,
hey, you know
this
her?
ain't no Tasmanians. I'm telling you to keep Mustafa's
Hello.
name.
Hello.
Hey, keep Mustafa's name out your damn mouth. If you got anything to say about Mustafa,
He's like, shut up.
keep it out
Shut
your
up.
mouth.
Oh, bro,
You shut the
relax.
Fuck, you
No,
shut the
relax,
fuck
relax,
up
relax,
and get off
relax.
the live.
Relax.
You shut the fuck
relax.
up and get off the
It's
live.
okay. It's okay.
You're the only
Listen.
stupid bitch around here. You're the only stupid bitch around here.
We're gonna mute you. We're gonna mute you until you calm down. We ask you. We're not gonna kick you
He
out.
keeps saying keep his mouth out.
We
your mouth.
said
But
you're
keep
gonna
Mustafa's
respect.
name
We're
out
gonna
your damn
respect.
mouth,
We're
bitch.
gonna
You don't
respect
even
each
know
other.
Mustafa.
We're gonna respect each other.
Shit.
Okay, I ask you, take a deep breath.
Like, God
Because
damn.
if you're gonna not have a conversation, it's kind of pointless.
He's
I
like
mean,
all ghetto trying to fight. Nobody's
Okay.
trying to fight. We're trying to get the truth out.
all right, all right. Take a deep breath. All right, I'm gonna unmute you. All right, calm down. All right, seriously, like, respect the fucking platform. Respect yourself. Respect yourself. I'm being serious. Like, I'm actually trying to have a conversation with you.
I'm trying to be respectful.
Okay, but when you start cussing me out, that's not respecting this me or the
Can
platform.
you fix
I didn't
your,
cuss you out.
Can you fix your internet? Because we can't really hear you. Stop screaming. Talk so we can hear.
I'm not gonna keep you out of my investigation. I'm running a fucking investigation on you. So let me ask you a better question. So how do I have your body cam that's sealed?
He's definitely better than the detective.
How do I have so many body cams of you? Well, it sounds like you care.
Just go back
Like,
to
I
Christine
don't
Wardo.
wanna argue.
Go back to Christine Wardo.
At the end of the day, your brother stayed where he at because of what he did, and he's going
Well,
to be
why
here.
are you terrified
Because
of the outcome?
I am not- oh my
So why are you scared of the outcome? There is an outcome.
said I'm scared, homie.
You sound you're scared. You sound like you're scared.
Yo, how many times have I say the reason why I'm mad? I'm
So why are you yelling? Why are you cussing me out? Bro, like, relax. Relax. Can we have a conversation? Can we talk about the details? Can we at least bro,
I don't care about, listen.
you don't care about Dorothy and Empress?
I don't care about the details of nothing.
You don't care about what happened to Dorothy and Empress?
Because he couldn't take care of his anger and he pussied out and act like a coward.
Yeah, that's what you said to Investigator Davis. Now,
That's what you're doing.
that's what you said, and now where details are coming out that shows otherwise. Bro, details are coming out. Glenn, relax. Calm down. Hey, relax. Hey, relax. If you're not gonna respect this platform, I'm gonna mute you.
Then fucking mute me, bro.
I don't get it. Are you okay, bro? Are you using? Are you using right now? Like, bro, relax.
Sister using right now?
A man to a man is talking, right? So calm the fuck down, bro.
Fucking man.
Bro, calm the fuck down.
I asked you as a man, stop mentioning my name.
You're part of this investigation. How could I keep the person that fabricated probable cause? Do you know what it means? Can you comprehend what's happening here? All right, we're gonna mute you until we can actually have a conversation. Relax. We ask you to stay. I'm gonna unmute you once you calm down a little bit. Oh man, I think TikTok blocked you. Oh my God, TikTok blocked him. I swear to God, TikTok blocked him. They sent me a note saying that he's blocked. I mean, I kept on telling him, calm down, relax, let's have a conversation. Look, I mean, if you're gonna come on here and scream like a Tasmanian devil, you're terrified that your cell phone and emails are gonna get subpoenaed. You're terrified that a body cam is out, that more body cams are gonna come out. You're terrified that documents are gonna come out. I mean, Jesus Christ, man, I can't help you. Casey, I'm sorry that I didn't bring you up earlier. I didn't want you to chew him alive. I wanted to have that one-on-one conversation, and I was hoping for a dialogue. Now he tells me, keep me out of this investigation. Bro, I can't control what the FBI and the Department of Justice is gonna do. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. It's like a domino effect. It's coming. It's gonna take time. He is terrified of the outcome. He lied about Mustafa. He lied about Mustafa. And the details are coming out. He says, what does this have to do with your brother? Well, let me explain to you. Casey, hello.
Hi.
Happy that you're here. I love you, ma'am. I didn't want to bring you up earlier because I didn't want you to chew him alive. I know what was gonna happen. Okay.
But I had questions.
Oh, we'll have more conversation. Unfortunately, I just got a note that Glenn Ford is something about like an alert on Glenn Ford. I think they blocked him. All of a sudden, he just disappears. I can't tell if he ran away or TikTok blocked him. I kept on telling him to calm down, relax. Let's have a conversation. He's like, you fucking blah blah blah. I'm like, calm down, man.
Yeah.
Calm down, brother. he's like,
We heard
he's,
him.
he's like, keep me out of your. I'm like, bro, I can't keep you out when you're in the body cam with the investigator lying about Mustafa. Like, I can't help. I can't tell the FBI not to.
I want to ask him why his name was on that pawn shop list and why were the cops looking for him with his name on the pawn shop list.
So many
And
questions.
There's stuff missing.
So many
Yeah.
questions. You know, I'll tell
That's
you.
another question.
You know, he keeps asking the same question like a broken record. He says, "What does this have to do with everything? Why? What is me lying to this investigator have to do about anything?" Well, let me tell you, Glenn Ford. Let me tell you why what you did has an impact on this case. And now that details are coming out, body cams, the dash camera, discovery material. You said that Mustafa. Let me explain it. A vehicle accident happened. A tragic vehicle accident happened where Mustafa lost his girlfriend and her 5-year-old baby in the vehicle. Now the dash camera shows it's a vehicle accident. Now, what you told the police that Mustafa and Dorothy were having problems. You said that Dorothy and Mustafa were having problems. Now, the police are obligated to investigate. Now, what we're finding out from the discovery and the body cam and the forensic interview that you lied about Mustafa. You told those kids that Mustafa did it on purpose. That Mustafa ran away. You gave those kids someone to blame. A 9-year-old, a 10-year-old, a 13-year-old, a 14-year-old. Dorothy's kids were left in your possession for 2 days. Now, you're telling these kids that Mustafa did this on purpose. You're giving these kids someone to blame. Now, we're asking, where did you get that information? Now, your testimony, you said Mustafa did this on purpose, ran away. Now, you're saying it on Facebook. You're saying it on a body cam. You're saying it in your witness statement. And then you take it further. You say Mustafa was an abusive person. And then you retract. You say, I wasn't there. The police are using...
No, Dorothy.
Exactly. The police are using your statements. The police are taking the kids that you gave someone to blame. Those kids are now angry at Mustafa. And they're saying,
Yeah.
making everything up that Mustafa is an abusive person. Well, if I was a 9-year-old and someone told me that that person unalived my mother, what do you think I'm going to say? And then you tell me, what does this have to do with anything? Can you keep me out of this conversation? How can I keep you out of this conversation when you lied about Mustafa and you fabricated probable cause? How can I keep you out of this conversation? Now you're upset because the details, your body cam, the police promised you that this body cam was never going to come out. As a matter of fact, they took it further to promise you that your criminal charges are going to be null processed, are going to be removed. If you lie about
He
Mustafa.
probably, yeah, just like when he said he didn't know the kids, Dorothy, whatever. But then when he takes Jaden aside when that accident happened, who knows what he was telling Jaden?
No,
At
that's
that
interesting. That's interesting. You're telling the kids that this is on purpose. You're coaching the kids. You're creating probable cause. And now, and they promised you that this body cam, this discovery, nothing was going to come out. It's going to be sealed. And you're comfortable. Now you're upset. You're upset. Because it's coming out that you lied. The police use your lying statements to create probable cause and hold Mustafa. And now the details are coming out. They're saying, wait a minute, this is a vehicle accident. The reason they held him for so long is because of probable cause, fabricated probable cause by you. And now we know what the police have done. Oh, they lied. You lied. There's evidence that this is a dash camera, and now you're upset and terrified that the FBI and the Department of Justice are involved, and they're gonna make sure that who lied is gonna be held accountable. Otherwise, if you have nothing to worry about, you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be this nervous. You wouldn't be this terrified. But you're terrified.
Why his felonies were dismissed, why his charges are gone. I wanted to ask him how'd that happen when he had felony charges against him.
Look, all I have to tell, Casey and everybody, the best is yet to come, and we're just having a conversation. Now, if we can, Glenny.
We have to say his name. Say his name, Glenn.
Oh, by the way, we've got trucks that we're rolling out that has Mustafa's picture on it. It says Free Mustafa. My trucks that I use for Quantico is being converted to trucks in the county and outside the county and different places that we're going to be going to, dedicated to Mustafa. Now, I want to paint a picture so that way everybody knows what I'm talking about. Now, every county, they have county trucks. These trucks are designated. The county gets to know them because they're county trucks. And we know what I'm talking about. Like, county trucks. When you... thank you. Casey, I love you. And what I'm really trying to I'm trying to paint a picture here. In every county where you live at, you get to know designated trucks. And you call them, oh, these are county trucks. Now, what we're doing, we're going to be running a program where my giant trucks, the one I use for Quantico, are going to be converted to Mustafa. They're going to have Mustafa's picture on it. They're going to have a small verbiage that explains Mustafa's story. And specifically, let me explain to you. So this is what's going to be on the truck. It's going to say Free Mustafa. The same way I have my truck that says Quantico Roadside Assistant, we're taking those down and we're going to have this on it. So this says Free Mustafa Al-Jazari, hashtag Free Mustafa, falsified police report, and then abused by jail guards. And then we're going to have this on it. And then we're going to have this on it. Okay? It says Cash App Legal Fund, $ Mustafa Legal Fund. This is Mustafa's Cash App for the legal fund. Okay? And that's going to be on the truck. Now, these are giant trucks, and we're rolling them down, and they're going to be driving up and down the county. They're going to be at your local 7-Eleven. They're going to be at your local gas station where you get your coffee in the morning. They're going to be in D.C. And Mustafa's story is going to be, it's one thing to protest in front of a jail. It's one thing to talk about it on social media. It's another thing when you have giant trucks, billboards that has Mustafa's name on it and has Mustafa's Cash App for the lawyer. Now, we secured a lawyer for Mustafa. That lawyer is going to need money. It's not cheap. Now, I appreciate everybody here. And thank you for donating. Thank you for...
do me a favor real fast.
Yes, ma'am.
Before I forget. Can you send me that picture?
I will.
With Mustafa's picture of Cash App, and I'm going to print some and post put them out in California where I live.
I love you.
I'm going to hang them up.
I love you, ma'am.
Send me those pictures and his Cash App.
I will.
And I'll print them on my printer.
I will. I love you, ma'am. I appreciate you. Now, what we're painting a picture is, I appreciate everybody that's being involved and making it possible that has a lawyer, making it possible that the effort that we're putting to bring out the truth and bringing justice for Mustafa, Dorothy, and Empress is going to happen. And donating to the legal fund. Now, we're taking this whole entire thing to a whole new level. we're gonna have giant trucks. There's gonna be drive up and down the street at your local gas station in DC. Uh, Everywhere you're gonna see these giant trucks. Now, let's just understand what's gonna happen. Mustafa is gonna get a lawyer. Now, you've got giant trucks with billboard that has Mustafa's picture on it. Oh, you're gonna bet people are donating. Mustafa's gonna have a lawyer, and the truth is gonna come out. You know, I'll tell you, Julie Carey thinks and the news are gonna be protecting this police department. You've got another thing coming to worry about when you've got giant trucks reminding this community that there are body cams that are being released. I mean, what do you think happened when a giant truck, you're on your way to work at 5 o'clock in the morning at your local gas station, and you've got a giant truck with a billboard that says Mustafa Al-Jazari? You're gonna bet you're gonna YouTube Mustafa Al-Jazari. Hashtag Mustafa Al-Jazari. And the body cams are gonna come out of Glenn Ford lying and fabricating probable cause. Amy Hodgkins? Wait a minute, what? Amy Hodgkins is Christina Al-Kazai? Oh, what?
That's her twin sister. That's her twin sister.
Oh, man. So, we have a lot of things going for us. All we ask is Glenn Ford to hang in there. And for the love of God, you're in my prayers. I pray that you do not relapse, because when the FBI knock on your door, when that subpoena comes through for your cell phone and emails, we ask
No,
that
just go get it. Just go get it.
we ask that they're not talking to our rackheads. Okay, we ask that you continue to be to hold it together and to actually be able to have a conversation with them. Because last time I checked, perjury is punishable by law. Now it's been 2 years because of your lie and how you fabricated probable cause, because the police department used your lie and made their own lies. Mustafa is held in jail, and he's been in jail for 2 years. Now we're going over 2 years. You know what's going to happen to you once the Department of Justice sits you down and the FBI start poking at you? I mean, they're going to poke at you so hard where they're going to go through one hole, recreate this tunnel that they're going to be coming out of your mouth to find out what came out of your mouth. That's a disturbing sight. That's a very disturbing image. But unfortunately, we have to paint this picture so that our homeboy understand the ramification that's happening because of what he said to the police. Now, if you have nothing to worry about, then you shouldn't be worried about what's coming out, what I'm saying, because you have nothing to worry about. You claim that you have nothing to worry about. Then I ask that you be patient, and everything is going to be okay. Everything's going to be okay. It's like everything. It's like imagine this is Glenn Ford. Everything is going to be okay. Just go to sleep. Be patient with us. Be patient with us, and you're going to be okay. I don't think so.
Say their name. Say their name. Okay, so we're saying Jimmy.
You know, for you say you care about Dorothy and Empress, but here you are angry at the person asking about the details. Shouldn't you be asking, why wasn't 5-year-old Empress and Dorothy helicoptered? I mean, I don't understand this. I'm watching a body cam that you're talking shit about Dorothy. Why are you talking shit about Dorothy when he's telling you she's in a vehicle accident? I mean, if someone tells me someone passed away, I don't care how angry I am at them, I'm not going to talk shit about them. This motherfucker is talking shit about Dorothy after finding out she's in a vehicle accident. Why are you talking shit about her, but then you claim that you care about her? Something is off. Oh, wait a minute. There's a history between you and Dorothy. You kicked her out in the. You cheated on her? You abused her kids? You cheated on her and kicked her out in the winter? What? There is a history? What? The brother has those body cams? Oh, what? Oh, what? Oh, wait. Oh. You don't want them to come out?
Because her
You're begging me?
didn't like her kids. Didn't like her kids because they made a mess all the time.
Bro, you're worried about the mess? They just told you she's deceased. That's what you're worried about? Come on, brother. You don't give a fuck about Dorothy. You don't give a fuck about Empress. If you did, you would be having a conversation. You would be having a conversation. Why wasn't she
Not
helicoptered?
getting all hostile.
Why is he hostile? I mean,
Because
any,
he's guilty.
if anybody's supposed to be angry, I'm watching this motherfucker lie about my brother, and I have all his details. I'm calm, I'm relaxed, I'm collected, and I'm asking him to be collected that he got himself blocked. TikTok blocked you, bro, because you're sitting there cussing me out. Like,
That's what he gets.
I don't understand this. Last time he runs away, this time he gets blocked. Bro, I swear to God, I'm really worried about him. Like, I just don't want him to relapse because there is something coming his way. The Department of Justice and the FBI are investigating this case and the characters that are involved. I'm worried that he's going to relapse. By the time they get to him, they're going to see a rughead. He's going to be like, I didn't say, I don't know. I'm like, bro, fuck.
Shaking, forget the shakes.
Oh, man. We're going to take a break, and we're going to continue this conversation. Casey, my favorite cult leader, and everybody else.
Oh, thank you.
Yes,
Anybody
ma'am.
want to join?
Of course. I love you. I love you guys. I will be
Me too.
back.
Okay.
All right, Casey, we are back.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna continue to listen to the body cam of Glenn Ford.
No, he hasn't, Mama Kay.
We're having a conversation, and we're asking questions. We have details. We have a body cams. We have a documents, and we're asking questions. And the details that we're finding are terrifying. They're terrifying. This is no longer a conversation where we're alleging this is happening or that is happening. We have the documents to support our conversation. We have the body cams to support what we're saying. And we're asking questions. And we're demanding accountability. And we're flushing those individuals out. We flushed out Glenn Ford. I mean, he's angry and upset, terrified, scared. I asked him to hang in there. Do not relapse, for the love of God. We need you. We flushed out Amy Hotchkiss. We have her here on the internet as Christine Al-Kazai. And, I mean, I got her to wear a scarf. I got her to wear the hijab itself. Now, you can verify this. You can go on her account and you see that now she's wearing a scarf. She's dressed up like my mom. Now, my next project is to get Dewey Girl in a burqa. And watch me do it. Now, unfortunately, she has to have a full set of teeth for her to turn on her camera. Unfortunately, Dewey Girl cannot turn on her camera because she does not have a full set of teeth. Now, when Mustafa comes out and we sue the police department,
That's what they say about me.
Casey, we all saw you turn on your camera and they made some allegation against you and you proved them wrong. Now, unfortunately, when they made the allegation that under this hat, I did not have hair, they are true. I do not have hair. I am bald. I'm a bald man. So, those allegations were true. Now,
Just say allegations about all of us.
you know, the key word is alleged. Now, in this case, I've got body cams and discovery documents that the government is concealing. Now, for Glenn Ford to say, I am nothing, well, hey, buddy, slow down your horses. You're talking to a guy that you have half the county is going after and apparently can't do anything about, stopping him from having a conversation. Apparently, he has sealed documents, sealed body cams. He has government documents and government body cams, and he's the only one that has them. Hey, buddy, I must be somebody that, for you not to be able to sleep at night, thinking about me, I must be somebody. Now, what are you so terrified that these body cams are being released, the documents are being released? Why are you terrified? I mean, we're only talking about details of this case. I've got my beautiful microphone. I've got a beautiful cup. I've got an apple on my podcast that I have not eaten yet, but we're going to be chewing into this apple as the conversation develops. We're watching a body cam. I have teeth. I have teeth, Dewey girl. I have teeth and I can chew into an
Look at
apple.
my face, son. I don't have an apple to do it.
That is
So I
funny.
do it too.
That is funny. We're having a conversation. We ask everybody that gets involved to continue to be respectful, continue to be, continue to have a conversation. I mean, to show up on here and I don't know what that was, to be honest with you. I mean, how many times do I have to tell a grown man to relax, calm down, brother? Let's have a conversation. I mean, he is like a Tasmanian devil going off. I mean, what's going on, brother? I mean, you're terrified, you're scared, you're off your rockers. What's going on, man? Oh, you're terrified of what's coming. I mean, it is a great unknown for you. What's gonna happen? Well, the best is yet to come, brother. And the conversation is you. You are the conversation. We got Christina Al-Khuzai in a hijab. We're gonna get Dewey girl in a hijab, okay? We're gonna continue to work at this case so that Mustafa, Dorothy, and Empress gets justice. Apparently, they don't care about the details. The details scare them. My brother is funny. Oh, it's coming. Don't worry. It's coming. I'm gonna put all of them in a hijab. Cover yourself. When you're on TikTok, I want you to cover yourself. That is funny. I mean, I'm not making this up. You can go on her profile and she see that she's. I put her in the hijab. Man, that is fucking funny. You know how funny that is. All right, we're gonna continue. We're gonna continue to watch this body cam and listen to the details.
So she went back to dad.
Yeah, eventually, she went back to living with her dad.
So I'm assuming that after she left here, did you guys stay in contact after that, or?
Now I found it interesting that he's not Ava OD'd in his apartment. Question is, what kind of apartment are you running? What is happening in your apartment that you have a 15-year-old child OD in your apartment? Now, this community is going to be on this roller coaster with me because we're going to be releasing certain documents of the night that Ava OD'd. We're going to release body cams of the night when Ava OD'd and the details of that event. Interesting? Oh, it's going to be very interesting.
Did you lose contact and then re-engage?
We lost contact and re-engaged.
Okay. When do you think you re-engaged contact with her?
I'll say like
Now, on our podcast, we're building a podcast. And our podcast is called Not Another Boring Podcast. Of course, it's not a boring podcast. How could it be boring when we're going to have Glenn Ford? We're going to invite a Glenn Ford to have a conversation with us. I mean, if you thought it was interesting to have him here, wait until we put him in a seat in front of the FBI building and have a conversation with him there. We're going to extend an invitation for him to have a seat. Now, if you have balls brother come out and have a conversation on our podcast. We have a lot of questions for you. We have a lot of body cams. We have a lot of documents. We want to get to know you a little bit more. We're getting to know you through these body cams, through your documents, through our conversations. We want to know, how involved are you in this case? Now, emails, cell phones, he's terrified that they're going to come out. I'll tell you what's going to come out of these conversations. Is this God-forsaken child, it's going to turn out that he's had conversations about Mustafa way before the vehicle accident. That's going to be interesting. How long have you been watching Mustafa? And how involved are you in Mustafa's lawsuit? Having communication with the lawyer that was representing the police? How involved were you with the police that when the tragic vehicle accident happened, you had a lot to say? And you felt comfortable enough to lie. Like we said, if you have nothing to worry about, then your cell phones and your emails getting subpoenaed into the conversation should not be a problem. In the meantime, we ask you to be patient and listen and watch the outcome. And if you're not worried about the outcome, then you shouldn't be upset. We're all watching the body cams and the documents get released. More conversations. We'll look forward to more conversations. All right, let's listen to this body cam and see what this person is telling this investigator.
2 or 3 weeks afterwards.
Okay. So not a terribly long time.
No.
So by the beginning of the year, you guys were maybe back in contact?
Yeah.
And for the love of God, the next time you go out on a date, don't think about me, that I'm the one that set you up on this date. I know you've got this like PTSD now. You know, I feel like I've ruined your every time you go out on a date, you're thinking that I'm the one that set you up on this date. And I mean, look, man, I know there's Charlotte and this date that, I mean, I'm sorry I set you up on a date. Jesus Christ. I mean, I'm not the one that told her all the stuff you told her. So you got him paranoid every time he goes out on a date. Amar set me up on this date. Jesus Christ. We're gonna continue to listen to this body cam, okay? Just, you know, be patient, all right? Begging me not to talk about you. Are you kidding me? You're the main character, brother.
Okay.
But it was more of those, like, at first it was like, she was trying to work her way back here.
Like coming back into your apartment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, what happened?
Contact?
I'll say like
Casey,
2 or
hello.
3 weeks afterwards.
Okay. So
I'll say like 2 or 3 weeks afterwards.
okay. So not a terribly long time.
No.
So by the beginning of the year, you guys were maybe back in contact?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it was more of those, like, at first it was like, she was trying to work her way back here.
Like coming back into your apartment?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I was like that time I wasn't. I wasn't feeling.
Did you make contact with her, or did she make contact with you?
She made contact with me.
Okay.
And this was via phone?
Yeah.
Text, okay.
So this was.
Okay, so he's terrified about his cell phone. He's terrified about his cell phones and emails. I'm like, bro, you know, it's gonna come out. Just be patient, man. If you have nothing to worry about, it shouldn't be a problem. He's telling Davis that he's texting Dorothy. He got emails. Okay, we want to look at him. Okay. I mean, you have nothing to worry about, right?
I'd be like messages on like Instagram.
Okay.
Or like, Facebook, Messenger, stuff like that. It wasn't like a direct
Text message.
Yeah.
Okay. At what point did she, or, that's fine. At what point do you think, at what point did you become aware that her and Moses were in a more serious relationship?
That's probably like not even a month after the daughter called me and told me she was stalking him.
So, January-ish?
February-ish.
January.
What's the date? What's going on?
April.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say February, March, April. Yeah.
So January, February-ish?
Yeah. Because like I said, her and Moses haven't been together long at all.
Yeah.
For him to be doing this, like I knew he was an issue when she would tell me that he would take her phone and like try to beat her on the phone, and then he'll try to tell her like where to and where to not to go and all that stuff. And that's why I was like, yo, dude is bad news. You need to leave.
So
What are you, her mother?
So Moses was back in the picture, and I guess that's when they moved into the apartments here.
That was a crazy, because when I stepped out, I saw her van, and then I'm just thinking, okay, she's around here again, trying to talk to me and stuff like that. So I'm looking for her, like, where the hell is she? And then I'm like, okay, I gotta go to work. So I'm not even worried about that. And then I called her that day and asked, like, yo, why is your van there? Like, where are you at? And then that's when she told me that they live next door.
Okay. And you've always lived here?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I spazzed out. Like, I spazzed on her. Like, why would you move next to me with Moses, knowing that me and Moses had, like, bumped heads, like, me and him?
That's very interesting. He's telling her, he says that me and Moses bumped heads. And then if you listen to what he tells investigator Davis, he's never met Moses, never talked to Moses. I mean, listen to what he tells him. So
He's never seen him.
they've exchanged words, but then he says, we never talked. Just listen.
At work.
I'm just going to rewind it. Just a little.
Moses, knowing that me and Moses had, like, bumped heads, like, me and him had words with each other.
When did you have words with him? And may I ask, what about?
I was just pretty much just letting him know about himself. I was being,
Brutally honest?
yeah. I was.
You're letting him know about himself, being brutally honest. You don't know the guy, right? You claim that you don't know the guy. You've never met him. But you're exchanging words. You're letting him know, brutally honest about himself. Okay.
Giving it to him. I was
Giving
just
it to
letting him know, like,
About the things you had heard about the way he treats people?
Yeah,
Is that what it was?
pretty
Okay.
much. And
What was his response?
What was his response?
he called me.
He called him.
But I didn't think I picked up because I was
He
doing
did.
my
Wait,
rounds.
whoa. Fuck. Did you have a conversation with Moses? Yes or no? I mean, this sounded like he let him have it. He told him about himself. Okay, all right.
But
Oh, were you at work?
yeah,
Okay.
Oh, that's why you didn't pick. Okay.
and
He called you.
He called.
from work, like I
Oh, he
said,
called you from her phone? So wait a minute. How do you know it was him? Wait a minute. Wait. He called you from her phone. You're making a lot of assumptions here, buddy.
call and act like her because at first.
He didn't answer. He called him.
So how does he know
From-
it was?
That, and you know what I find really,
SSP.
you know what I find really weird about this whole interaction is the investigator is pretending like what he's telling him is okay. I mean, you're the investigator. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? I let him have it. I told him about himself, what I heard about him, and I let him have it. How did you tell him? Oh, he called me. Did you pick up? No. He called me from her phone. The fuck are you talking about? Like, seriously, like, what the fuck are you talking about?
He'll text me like,
You at work?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and
He called you.
yeah, from work, like I said, he'll call and act like her because at first he'll text me like, you need to leave me and Moses alone because I love him.
Oh my fucking god. So he gets a text from Dorothy that says, you need to leave me and Moses alone.
I would like to see it.
Could it be Dorothy telling him you need to leave us the fuck alone?
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like. But in his head, he's like, oh, there's no way Dorothy would text me that. Oh, it's him. What? I mean, it's just, am I?
Mustafa sent that to him. Remember, Mustafa called him. Maybe Mustafa sent that to him.
Like,
A message.
are we all watching this? Are we watching the same body cam? Is this like really happening? So he gets a text.
He's all over the place.
Like even when you watch Investigator Davis' facial expression, he's like, "Bro, you're fucking this up. Like, I'm supposed to use you as a witness, man. You're supposed to help us create probable cause. You're fucking this up."
Well, I didn't think I picked up because I was doing my rounds, but
Oh, were you at work?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and
He called you.
yeah, from work, like I said, he'll call and act like her because at first he'll text me like, you need to leave me and Moses alone because I love him, blah blah blah. And I'm like, dude, are you acting like she just told me that she didn't like you, she hated you? I'm like, why are you acting like?
What? Like, is this really happening? Like, is this conversation really happening? For this investigator to look at this guy and tell him all this bullshit and then pretend like everything's up. How are you a credible source of, how are you a witness? How are you allowed to create probable cause? Wait a minute. Oh, the police department have an interest in falsifying Mustafa's police report, turning this into something that it's not. So they have to use this person to allow him to create probable cause. Okay. I mean, it's one thing to talk about it. It's another thing to have the body cam and listen to this body cam. I mean, you want to tell me that I'm going to sit in front of an investigator, tell him, yeah, I let him have it. What did you let him have? What did you tell him? I let him have it about the things that I've heard about him. Yeah, I just met him. I've never actually met him. Wait a minute, you've never met him? But I let him have it. How? Oh, he called me. Did you pick up? No. He called me from her phone. How do you know it was her? Because I read the text. The text says, you need to leave me and my boyfriend alone. There is no way Dorothy would text me that. What? Is it possible that she's telling you to leave us alone? Yeah, Dorothy's telling you to leave us the fuck alone. Bro, you're stalking your ex-girlfriend, and she's telling you to leave us alone. Oh, man, this is funny.
And
Dre.
you can see their bedroom from his bedroom.
He's
Why is he
watching.
looking? Yeah,
He's,
why is he looking?
he's not just looking. If you listen to what he said the other day, he said that he knows when He knows. He said, "How would Amar know all the details? He was never there. Bobby is the one that was there. Um, when he goes to the casino. Wait a minute. So you're not just looking out your window. You're following Mustafa and your ex to know where they go. How detailed were you watching them?
Yeah.
I mean, that's scary. Dre, how are you, brother? All right. So let's see. Let's listen.
Her. I'm like, yo, be a man. If you want to say something, say something. Stop being a bitch. Stop being a pussy. Like, why would you kidnap some?
Wait, why would you kidnap what? Even the investigator is like, oh, what are you saying? Okay, okay. He's upset that Dorothy is texting him, "I love my boyfriend. Can you leave us alone?" He's like, no, that's not my girlfriend. That's not Dorothy. It's like, be a man. Text me from your cell phone, bro. Your ex girlfriend is telling you to leave her alone. Okay, wait. Let's go back.
You need to leave me and Moses alone because I love him. Blah blah blah. And I'm like, dude, are you acting like she just told me that she didn't like you, she hated you? I'm like,
You would think the investigator would be at that point would tell him where is the proof that she told you she doesn't like Moses? Okay, and he asked him
That
at
she
one
hated
point.
him?
Yeah, and he asked him at one point. He says, he tells him in my emails. Okay, all right. Where are the emails going forward? He said I deleted them. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Why would you? I've never deleted emails. Have you ever deleted emails? They're emails. I mean, why would you delete emails? Okay. Now the police department can subpoena his emails. The fact that he's not even asking him about the emails is disturbing. You just said you have proof that there's this relationship is an abusive relationship. Oh yeah, I deleted them. Oh, for a person that's talking so much shit, you're deleting the only emails that you have proof of. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm gonna go on a hunch and say there are no emails. As a matter of fact, they're gonna come out with cell phones and email that's gonna show otherwise. They're gonna show that you're an abusive ex-boyfriend who's been watching Mustafa because of his lawsuit against the police. All right, let's keep listening. Tracy, hello.
why are you? And I'm like, dude, are you acting like she just told me that she didn't like you, she hated you? I'm like, why are you acting like her? I'm like, yo, be a man. If you want to say something, say something. Stop being a bitch. Stop being a pussy. Like, why would you kidnap somebody and force them to do that? I was getting
Kidnapped?
Kidnapped. He was kidnapped.
What is he talking about? And this investigator is just sitting there, and he's gonna ask. Okay.
I'm like, did you talk to Divine or something? Like, are you?
Oh, we know what Divine says about you. We know what Divine has said about you. He was gonna unalive Divine.
Where he was going to bury him.
That is so disturbing on so many levels. Now, is Glenn Ford terrified that text messages and email communication are going to come out? I mean, why is he terrified? I mean,
JB, he's talking to David. Officer David.
Davis. Yeah.
Davis Tatiana. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Davis.
We're going over the body cam with Investigator Davis when he's in the apartment, and it's like the more you listen to it, I mean, it's one thing to sit here and watch these, but the police department has an obligation when they're running an investigation to filter out the bullshit. Now, when I interview someone, they can say whatever they want. Are they a witness? Are they a legitimate witness? I mean, the police department can't just say, oh, yeah, this person says something, we're going to use it. This person says something, they have to filter out the bullshit. I mean, this is bullshit. He's talking about Mustafa kidnapping Dorothy. He's talking about Mustafa texting him. When in reality, what he's talking about, he got a text from his girlfriend telling him to leave them the fuck alone. I mean, you don't have to take my word for it. I mean, go listen to it. I mean, are we listening to the same bullshit? even the investigator, to the point that he's like, "You're fucking this up."
Jerry, you missed Glenn in the box earlier.
Drake, this is the same body cam that we posted a while back. We're just going over the details. It's always interesting to really listen to this bullshit.
I didn't hear the kidnap part before.
That's
It's the first
crazy.
time I've heard that part.
It's crazy, right? And the more you listen to it, the more details that come out.
Yeah.
Okay, so in this part, you're gonna hear Investigator Davis tell him kidnapping. What are we talking about? Okay, and then okay, listen.
And I'm like, dude, are you acting like she just told me that she didn't like you, she hated you. I'm like, why are you acting like her? I'm like, yo, be a man. If you want to say something, say something. Stop being a bitch. Stop being a pussy. Like, why would you kidnap somebody and force them to do that? I was getting it, and I'm like, did you talk to Divine or something? Like, are you friends with Divine? Like, do y'all go by the abuse a bitch playlist or something like that? I was just going on.
So this was all over the phone?
Yeah, I text him all that. So
What did he say?
You texted him. You texted Dorothy. So Dorothy tells you to leave us the fuck alone. I love Mustafa, and you text her back. Okay, all right.
I don't think he said anything to me, but he got back with her.
How do you know? So Dorothy doesn't even reply to what you're telling her, but he got mad at her. How do you know? You're just. What are we talking about here? Listen.
Text him all that. So
What did he say?
I don't think he said anything to me, but he got mad with her.
Okay. So this when they were living here?
No. This is before they lived here.
Okay.
This is way before they started moving here.
Okay. I'm gonna back up for 1 second because
Yeah.
you threw something out there that you mentioned something about kidnapping.
Yeah, I would say that he kidnapped because it's like she was scared of him. She was scared to do anything, and I felt like he was.
What were you
forcing
trying to have her do?
everything.
Okay. So it's not
What are
in
we
the
talking about
traditional
here?
sense. He did not grab her, throw her in the back of the car. Okay. All right.
A gun to her head. And
But
say,
he was very, or would you say more? It was more of a very controlled.
Yeah.
He's asking the ex-boyfriend who's watching Dorothy, watching his girlfriend move on with her life. He's asking who's watching Dorothy's new boyfriend. What?
Traditional sense. He did not grab her, throw her in the back of the car. Okay. All right.
Gun to her head. And
But
say,
he was very.
What's
or
up,
would you
man?
say more? It was more of a very controlled.
Yeah. Like he was pulling strings on her and stuff
Okay.
like that. But like one time, she was driving to Walmart. It was just her in a van, and the kids was with Divine.
Now, watch this part. One of Dorothy's children, in a forensic interview, talks about a situation where they were in a vehicle over the bridge with Divine, the ex-husband. And now you have Glenn Ford tell the same story, but say Mustafa. In a forensic interview, one of Dorothy's children say they were over a bridge and mom and dad were arguing. And he talks about the same story, but he says Mustafa. Listen.
She was driving to Walmart. It was just strings on her and stuff like that. And like one time, she was driving to Walmart. It was just her in a van, and the kids was with Divine in the truck. And she was driving to Walmart, and she was crying like she don't know what to do.
With Divine or Moses?
Moses.
Okay.
I said Divine?
You did.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. See, that's how That's how.
So I should make sure we're on the same person.
Yeah.
All right, so
Moses.
So she's in the van and Moses has them in his car.
Yeah, in his car. That's before he didn't have the Chrysler at the time. He had a different truck.
Okay.
So I told her, "You're on the way to Walmart." I'm like, "Yo, call the cops and have them meet you at Walmart."
What was she upset by?
She was just upset by the whole situation. Like, she didn't know what to do. She wanted to get out the situation. Like, she sat there like, I don't know what to do. I need to leave, but he has the kids. I'm sitting there like, why don't you call the cops, Dorothy? Tell them that you're on the way to Walmart, and they'll probably meet you at Walmart.
Did she think that he was going to take the kids?
I don't think so. I just think that she, like, since she was alone, she hurried up and she had a small
She
window.
called you because she had a window to call.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
She had a window. Okay, you know what's really interesting? The Google Nest inside the apartment shows the relationship between Mustafa, Dorothy, and the kids. I mean, for him to sit there and say she had a window to call you, what the fuck are we talking about? We all get to watch the Google Nest inside the apartment and see that it was a beautiful relationship, and the way they're sitting there narrating Mustafa and Dorothy's relationship, I mean, in a million years, they never expected that this body cam is going to get unsealed. When I say unsealed as in released, it's not unsealed. This is sealed body cam. It gets leaked out to the community, and the community gets to watch the Google Nest inside the apartment, and we get to have a conversation. What are they talking about? A window of option to call in Glen for. What the fuck are we talking about? Your ex-girlfriend is telling you to leave her the fuck alone. This is coming out of your own mouth. You got a text from Dorothy telling you that I love Moses and to leave them alone. But in your head, you have it where, oh, this must be him. This must be her new boyfriend texting me. She loves me. Are we talking about the same person that, according to the ex-husband, says that you used to beat up the kids, abuse the kids, beat her up, threaten to unalive him, bury him right there? And the disturbing part about the whole entire situation is the police department. They have all the body cam. They have all the record of these phone calls and these situations. They know who this motherfucker is. To sit here and entertain this bullshit is a crime. And details are coming out. The DOJ is investigating. And that's why you see that our good old friend here is terrified. Glenn Ford is terrified at the idea that, hey, what the fuck is going on? They promised me that this isn't gonna come out. They removed my charges. Fuck my life. My charges are coming back, and I'm gonna end up in jail because of lying. And then you see him here begging, bro, can you stop talking about me? How can I stop? I'm not talking about you. I'm not doing it, bro. You've got a DOJ complaint. They're moving on with an investigation. The FBI is investigating. You got a giant as big as the Mustafa Al-Jazari case, and you think that you're not going to be held accountable for lying about Mustafa? I mean, these details are coming out. I mean, if you have nothing to worry about, you wouldn't be here terrified that these details are coming out. You would be happy that details are coming out. Because when we say they didn't helicopter Dorothy and Empress, if you gave a fuck about Dorothy and Empress, you would ask why. You would want to look into the documents. You would want to hold the paramedics accountable for not helicoptering Dorothy and Empress. You would be upset
Oh,
that they harvested 5-year-old Empress organs with the same physician that cleared her for being stable. You would be upset. But here
without
you
Dad's
are.
permission.
Yeah, you're upset that the details are coming out because you know you lied. You have a lot to worry about. You
He
fabricated
said
trouble.
he was the dad.
Huh?
That's why they let maybe he said that he was the dad. That's why they let him in to see Empress.
But they know he's not the dad because they have the CPS
Oh.
record. When Casey Fines, the police officer, got involved, within minutes he identified Mustafa on body cam. He said Mustafa, Dorothy, and he names the kids. They said they've been watching Mustafa, and he named Dorothy and all the kids. Now we know that they've been watching Mustafa because of the lawsuit. There's a giant lawsuit that they had with Mustafa.
Yeah.
Mustafa's job is at Prince William County. Mustafa had an incident with an individual at Prince William County that Prince William County got involved. Prince William County is very familiar with Mustafa. They were harassing Mustafa everywhere he would go out and sell and promote his business. Mustafa had heat warmers. Mustafa had physical therapy equipment. He would go out, get permission from business owners, and stand there as a business license and promote and sell his equipment. And police would show up, would start harassing Mustafa. They were very familiar with Mustafa. And they were harassing him. I mean, you don't sue the police and think that they're not going to sit there and harass you. I mean, I don't think anybody is naive to the fact that when you engage in a lawsuit, what happened? I mean, here you have a Mustafa that walks around with a chip on his shoulder telling them to go fuck themselves, that he has rights, he has a constitution, and he's suing them. All right, let's keep listening to this.
That he was going to take the kids?
I don't think so. I just think that since she was alone, she hurried up and she had a small
She
window.
called you because she had a window to call.
Yeah.
Okay.
And she was it's like she was scared to leave for some reason. I don't know, but
I mean,
never.
she left you. Why would she be scared to leave Mustafa? I mean, we all saw Dorothy's personality. The home videos show Dorothy's personality.
She wore the pants.
Oh, Dorothy 100% wore the pants.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I found it interesting that in the discovery, they write that Mustafa body slammed Dorothy. Now, that's interesting because Dorothy is twice as Mustafa's size. How the
I think
fuck?
she body slammed him.
How the fuck can Mustafa body slam Dorothy when Dorothy is twice his size? I mean, make this bullshit make sense.
Call the cops.
Did she ever tell you anything else about their relationship? About things that he would do or anything within their relationship? Anything he would do to the kids? Anything that you witnessed?
I didn't witness anything that he's done.
I didn't witness anything.
Because when they moved here,
I didn't witness anything that he's done. But yet, the police department is using Glenn Ford. They know they can't use him in court, by the way. This is not a witness that they can bring into court. Now, when you see Glenn Ford on here, when you see him on the other live trolling the conversation, terrified that the details are coming out, Glenn Ford had a job to fabricate probable cause. Now, the police department, no. They can't bring him, the prosecutor, no, she can't bring him as a witness. Glenn Ford has two things to do. Glenn Ford has create probable cause and come on here and troll the conversation. And yet you see him every day come on here and talk. Now, if he doesn't play, what they'll do is they'll remove his criminal charges because the Commonwealth attorney. Just because she removed them doesn't mean that she can't bring them back. Now, they promised him that the body cam is not going to come out, that the discovery is not going to come out. They promised him that it's sealed. This is comfortable to get involved. Well, now it's out. And now he's a liability for this prosecutor. A liability for the police department. They don't
Read that
know.
message.
Yes, ma'am. They don't know what to do.
Read that message.
You know, it's funny that they think that we're gonna be scared or terrified, blah 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 blah. You know, on day one, they put our home address on Facebook, on the police department Facebook. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you, we'll invite you to have a seat in our next podcast when we're out in front of the Department of Justice. Now, I bet you won't come. I bet you're too terrified to come out. Now, I'm very comfortable where I'm at. I'm very comfortable with my trucks. I'm very comfortable with how I do things.
Quit threatening, Rick.
You know,
They told you to go outside.
I don't think you fully comprehended who you're dealing with. We have the body cams, we have the documents, and the conversation that's happening in front of the community is that our trolls are terrified to have a conversation with us. I mean, we all get to see that our trolls hide behind the computer. That's interesting. Why are you terrified? Why are you scared? We're here, we're going to continue to have a conversation. And the best is yet to come. Casey, can you do me a favor? If it's an individual that only has 0 followers, do me a favor, go ahead and block them. Apparently, they're terrified that we're having a conversation. And the best thing is that our trolls get to scream us. Our conversation must be that important that we are the content and they really want to hear what we have to say. Now, we're going to continue to talk. We're going to continue to release detail that are sealed by this government. And the community is watching. I mean, when you have giant trucks rolling around the county, all the way up and down to DC, I feel bad for this prosecutor. I feel bad for the characters that are involved. I mean, you know, when you have a giant truck and on your truck you put Glenn Ford falsified my brother's police report. Hey, that's a conversation. Glenn Ford, I'm gonna make you famous, buddy. Amy Hopkins, I'm gonna make you famous, ma'am. And I'm gonna get it to the point that your neighbor is gonna be asking you, the next time you go to Walmart with Ramiza, that Walmart clerk is gonna have a conversation with you. Now that, Al-Khuzai, is a conversation. Now, ain't that funny? Isn't that a beautiful conversation? Now I'll put you on a hijab, ma'am. Please, don't take it off because of me. Watch, she's gonna go on her profile and remove her hijab. Jesus, lady, I must have one powerful conversation. What? Let's keep listening to this. My sister-in-law's laughing in the background.
She didn't tell him that I lived here.
Okay.
Like he was completely oblivious until I don't know when he found out, but I guess he found out that I lived here.
And you don't know when.
I don't know when.
Okay.
You can ask Tanisha Coleman that.
That's yeah. Okay.
That's who witnessed that part.
Your girlfriend?
Witnessed it.
Yeah.
Tanisha
Okay.
Coleman. Tanisha Coleman, the FBI, Lindsay Coulter. Jesus Christ, Glenn Ford, don't get upset at me. Lindsay Coulter is the one that took this cat out of the hat. She said that Glenn Ford is in a relationship with Tanisha Coleman, the neighbor. Why are you getting at me? Why are you mad at me? Why are you upset at me when you have Special Agent Lindsay Coulter? I'll give you her cell phone. I'll give you her cell phone. You want to call her? That's fucking funny.
Because she would
No,
have.
that's me.
Oh, no, that's me.
No. Okay.
Got the same ringtone.
It's all the same thing. So he found out you lived here, and I guess that didn't go over real well.
No, I don't think it did. I mean, you can ask Tanisha. He was cool at the moment, but I think he was just waiting to get behind closed doors.
Wait. He's talking about Mustafa didn't know that Divine lives at that Glenn Ford lives at the apartment. But when he found out, according to Nini, Mustafa didn't care. That's what he just said. He said Nini was there, and he didn't care. What the fuck are we talking about here? I mean, this is like a statement inside of a statement, inside of a statement, inside of a statement, inside of a statement. But you know what I find interesting? Is the police department sit there and interview this monkey, but then are too terrified to look at the Google Nest. Interesting. Why are they terrified to look at the Google Nest? Oh, wait a minute. It's going to contradict the probable cause that this person is fabricating. Interesting. They sit there and talk to him, but are too terrified to talk to Bobby, who was in the apartment the night before. I mean, is that not a red flag? And you want to tell me the police department is not targeting Mustafa? That's crazy.
I mean, you can ask Tanisha. He was cool at the moment, but I think he was just waiting to get behind closed doors.
I think he's waiting
It
to get...
wasn't
Interesting.
far after that. That's when they got in the accident.
Okay.
Glenn Ford keeps asking, what does this have to do with me? Look at what you're telling this investigator. You're telling him Mustafa was abusive, but you never talked to him. He never saw you. He didn't know who you are. Mustafa is abusive, but you weren't there. You talked to Mustafa, but then you say you never talked to Mustafa. That you got a text from your ex-girlfriend
You know what I find
telling
really
you
funny?
to leave them alone.
You know what I find really funny?
Yeah.
Is that bro was talking about like when he found out about me. He thinks he looks good. Like he thinks he's like some
Bro, you look like
he looked like Alcazar's camel toe. I mean,
he looks like Alcazar's camel toe. Don't you mean Amy Hoskins camel toe? Are they the same?
he's sitting there talking about himself.
Is
like
she gonna
he's-
fabricate her
he's-
own camel
he's
toe?
so, he's so full of himself. Like when did he found out about me? He's so jealous of. Bro, have you seen yourself
He's
in the mirror?
manufacturing probable cause.
Have you looked in the mirror lately? Have you seen Mustafa? Have you looked at
Man.
yourself? I mean, come on now. It's not even there's no comparison. Well, he thinks he looks good. That's like.
I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. You know, this is like a camel toe that's coming out, like out in the. You know, they never expected this camel toe to be released out to the community.
They promised him something.
They promised him something. I mean, he was so terrified.
They told
Why is he upset? Unless
They were like this. Look, they told him, Glenn, whatever you say here is going to be between us. We're only using your statement for probable cause. You don't even have to testify.
What if I show you the other body cam that I have
Okay.
of the conversation before this conversation? How we got to get our ducks in a row.
Look,
Davis is telling him we got to get our ducks in a row. We need you,
think about it
Glenn.
like this. Think about it like this. We've been saying Glenn Ford this, Glenn Ford that, and this guy never.
2 years ago,
He
he
never-
never pops up. He never showed up.
The moment
We've been talking about it for 2 years. The
The
moment.
moment his body cam is released,
Now
he's like, wait a minute. He's calling up, Drum or somebody. He's like, wait, you guys told me this was sealed stuff.
Oh man, this is funny.
And then El Kazai is like, wait a second. I'm getting 50 phone calls. What's going on here?
That is fucking funny.
Moses the king. Hi, king.
That is fucking funny. We're gonna take a break.
Hi, king.
We're gonna take a
I
break.
made a rap song for you, king.
We're
Can you
gonna-
play that?
we're
Can you
gonna-
play the rap song she made him?
Man, I can play the rap
She
song.
actually sang it on the jail call.
الباحثة عن الحق. السلام عليكم أختي الله يسلمك. منورة البث. احنا بدنا نحكي على اخويا مصطفى والباري كام الكاميرات مالت الشرطة والوثائق اللي عندنا اللي ماخذيها منهم. We're going to continue to talk about the body cams. We're going to continue to talk about the documents that are sealed by this county. And we're going to continue to talk about the details. Now we're patient. They're asking us to be patient. They want to run their investigation, the DOJ, the FBI, blah, 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 blah. Okay. All right. In the meantime, we're going to continue to talk about Mustafa, release the documents and body cams that we have. Tell this community what they're doing to Mustafa with our giant trucks with Mustafa's picture on it, with Mustafa's Cash App on it. And Mustafa has a lawyer. We're going to continue to raise money for Mustafa's lawyer. Mustafa's legal fund, Mustafa's Cash App is, it's Cash App, Mustafa's legal fund. Let me write that here. Now, the beautiful thing about this whole entire thing and everything that's happening is we have giant trucks where this Cash App is on the truck. We're driving up and down the street. We're in your local gas station. We're all the way up in DC with giant trucks that says donate to Mustafa's legal
You know what
fund.
that reminds
Do
me of?
you honestly think Mustafa's not going to have a lawyer? Think again.
You know what that reminds me of?
Yeah.
The High King. Hi, King. Hi, bird.
Hi, Bird. Oh man, Sesame Street. I swear to God, these characters, the people that are popping up on my body cams, and I say my body cams because no one else has it other than the county. I must be some kind of entity that you have to FOIA request it from me. And Amy Ashworth is too terrified to address this issue. Now you want to tell me you've got a Tasmanian devil running around with body cams and government documents, and they can't do anything about it?
Can you find the rap? Can you find the rap that the little song she made him? She sang it over.
Oh my God, she sang that song in her voice. I have it, yeah. Okay, I gotta look for it. I mean, you've got an individual that fabricated a witness.
You got all the jail calls. Right?
Of course I have. Oh my God, let me tell you. I have all the jail videos, the visits when my family visited Mustafa.
Including Baha?
Including, oh my God.
And who else? The other
I've got
what's her name?
I've got Doha jail visit when she sat down with Mustafa. Let me play that for you. I've got
The phone call.
the phone calls when Amy Hodgkins, aka Christina Al-Khazai, used to talk to Mustafa all the phone calls, all the phone calls with Mustafa. The best is yet to come. There's a lot that we're going to be releasing. You know, Casey, I must be the king. I put Christine Alcazar in a hijab. For the love of God, if you change it, you change it because of me. I mean, I'll put you in it. Do not change it because of me, okay? Wait until I put Do It Girl in a burqa. Watch me do it, okay? Unfortunately, she's not going to open her camera because she does not have a full set of teeth. We're going to get her a full set of teeth when Mustafa comes out of jail. And we sue the police department and the jail for doing what they're doing to Mustafa. I promise you, I got you, okay? You and all the homeless people that you have on your life. And Amy Hodgkins, aka Christine Alcazar, I promise you, I will make sure that you have commissary and phone calls. Now, I might not connect you to your husband that has no balls for the first couple of times. Apparently, he lost them in Saudi Arabia. But I might connect you after your 5th time. I'm gonna do it. Now, on that note, we're gonna take a break, and we will be back to continue this body cam. This is a lot. Jesus Christ! Like, I've never seen a man lie in so much in 45 minutes.
For someone that doesn't know Mustafa,
For someone that doesn't know Mustafa,
he seems to have a lot of
a
information.
lot. I mean, why
And
is
the
he terrified?
police-
I'll
and
tell
the
you,
police are entertaining it.
he's entertained. I mean, just watching that Davis, like,
He's like, yes, give me more.
what are you doing? He's like, what are you doing?
He said divine at some point, and he's like, you mean Moses?
You mean Moses? And then you listen to the kids in a forensic interview talk about the same trip, and they're talking about divine.
Talking about divine.
That is crazy. That is wild. Okay, on that note,
But
we're gonna.
not only him. They did that with the brother too, Dorothy's brother.
Mhm.
He would say something, and the detective would be like, "You talking about Moses, right?" He's like, "No, I'm talking about Glenn Ford." And then another time, he's like, "You're talking about Moses, right?" No, I'm talking about divine. He's like, "Well, what can you tell me about Moses?" He's like, "I've never met him. I don't really know. I don't know anything about him." Interesting details. Now, we're going to take a break, Casey. Al-Qadai says the same thing. I don't know him.
Al-Qadai
I don't know
says the
girlfriend.
same thing.
I don't know the kids. I don't know anybody. I don't even know the neighbor. I don't even live there.
Now, here's the thing.
But Moses, this guy, I shouldn't even say Moses. She
I
said
have
her
a-
husband.
yeah.
He's a bad man. He planned this thing out. How do you know, ma'am? How do you know? I don't know. I just know. It came to me while I was
No.
wearing my scarf.
Now, while she's wearing a scarf,
Okay.
okay, look, my job is,
Being a revelation.
my job is, there are characters that are, in this case, my job is to flush them out. Now, one thing that I have a talent for.
I mean, you got her to change her religion.
I mean, she's wearing a scarf.
Congratulations.
Now, if you don't change it, I mean, we're all in this community and we're all watching your profile. If you change it because of Amar, you are listening to Amar.
I wonder if Kate and Dewey Girl are going to follow suit.
Oh wait, I mean,
They're gonna be
wait.
like,
I promise you, I'm gonna make sure Investigator
They're gonna be
Drum
They're going to be
wife
little-
is gonna end up in a burqa.
They're going to be little
Oh.
hijabis.
Kate,
change your
Stephanie
life.
Claiborne, gonna make sure you put you in a burqa. One thing I'm gonna make sure is if you're gonna come out on camera, I want you to do it in a hijab. Now, one thing that I'm good at doing is flushing people out.
You know, maybe that's why.
And
they
I'm gonna
don't
make
allow-
sure I flush these
maybe that's why
characters.
they don't open their camera.
Oh, it's against their
Yeah,
religion.
It's against their religion.
I understand. Yeah, no, I mean, I understand. I mean, look, prove me wrong. Either you have a full set of teeth, or you don't.
Who are you talking about, Dewey?
I mean, do a girl.
No,
Uh,
she definitely was not.
she does sound like a crackhead.
She does not.
Investigator David's wife. I swear to God, I have a nickname for her, Snuffles. Like when you hear her talk, it's like Snuffles.
Drum?
Drum's wife, Stephanie Claiborne. it's like there's a snuffle in her talk.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. And like,
They're getting fucked up.
look, the point is, what I'm trying to say is, I'm gonna make sure I flush these individuals out in the open. So I mean, I can't have a conversation with you if you're not out in the open. Now, I've got giant trucks, and one of the pictures that's gonna end up on my truck is Glenn Ford. Glenn Ford. We're gonna have a giant picture on my truck that says Glenn Ford. Has to be interesting. Glenn Ford lied about Mustafa. No, Glenn Ford lied about my brother. Now, imagine that going up and down the truck.
You're gonna have someone just send me a text message
Yeah.
with El Kazai's picture. She just changed it to where she's not wearing a scarf.
Stop lying.
I swear.
Man, that is fucking. Let me see it. Let me see it.
Let me see.
Man. That was fucking funny. She took her hijab because of me. Come on, lady. I put you in a hijab. I can put you in a hijab again.
You're working in real time.
In real time. It is fucking funny. Imagine, picture this. I mean, you don't have to imagine. I'm gonna show you. We have a truck, a giant truck, that has Glenn Ford's picture on it. A giant picture, driving up and down in the county, all the way up to DC and the places that we go. And there's a giant picture of Glenn Ford that says, Glenn Ford lied about my brother. You want to tell me that's not going to be a conversation? You are the conversation. He's like, take my name. Stop talking about me. Oh, bro. I'm just getting started. I'm gonna make sure I make you famous. And for the love of God, the next time you go out on a date, don't get paranoid, thinking that Amar is the one that set you up on that date. It might just happen. It might just happen. What is happening in your life that's not adding up? Now, we don't want you to get paranoid enough to relapse. Do not, for the love of God, relapse.
Fuck, someone
My
just
brother is
said
funny, by the way. Oh. Oh, man. I mean, that shit is hard to look at, to be honest with you.
Jeffrey 101. Who are you looking for, bro?
Amy Hopkins, here we go. Look, you showed up on my body cam, and now we're going to have a conversation. You know, I'll tell you, I promise you, the next time Christine Alcazai goes to Walmart with Ramiza, I promise you, the clerk behind the counter is going to have a conversation. Who's Amar? That's my worst nightmare. Yes, I am. On that note, we're going to take a break, and we're going to come back and continue to have a conversation. My brother's legal fund is Mustafa Legal Fund. That's Cash App. You can donate so we can have a lawyer for him. We're on YouTube. YouTube is a beautiful platform. We got monetized, so it's beautiful when we sit here and talk about my brother. We get paid for it. Now, that's beautiful. That's a good conversation. And for those that want to understand a little bit about the details, I put my life on hold. I put my company on hold. My job is to talk about Glenn Ford. My job is to talk about Amy Hopkins, aka Christine Alcazai. My job is to talk about her husband that has no balls. And what they do behind closed doors to the Iraqi community. My job is to take this information that's sealed off by the county and tell this county, the resident of this county, what this police department is doing to Mustafa and other individuals. When you have a black girl that's unalive inside of a vehicle and there's a cover-up, My job is to talk about her and other individuals that are being treated the same way they're treating my brother. On that note, I love everybody. We're gonna take a break. I've been talking about.
Hi, King.
We're gonna take a break. I'll be back.
You need to find that.
I'm.
The right.
I have it.
Hi, King.
All right, we are back and we're going to continue to have a conversation. Now, while we're having a conversation, we're going to be eating. We're comfortable enough to eat. Apparently, that's a thing on YouTube. While we talk about Mustafa, we're going to eat our foods. And apparently, that's a big thing on social media, that people sit there and watch other people eat. Now, if you're into something like that, I'm not going to judge you. Apparently, that's a big thing. We're going to continue to talk about Mustafa. You know that we brush our teeth on this live, and apparently that's a thing. We haven't brushed our teeth on a live for a long time. We're going to come back to it. We've got giant trucks that's going to be rolling up and down the street all the way to DC. We're bringing back our protest, and it's going to be a unique kind of protest. It's not going to be in the pavilion. It's not going to be in front of a jail. It's going to be everywhere. You've got giant trucks that has Mustafa's picture on it, that has my brother's legal fund cash app on it. Oh, you bet we're going to get money for Mustafa's lawyer. Now, throughout this project, you're going to see us brushing our teeth. You're going to see us eat on the live. So you're going to have a lot of people that are going to be looking forward, not just hear Mustafa's story, but watch us eat and brush our teeth on this live. And apparently that's a thing on social media, where people just sit there and eat or brush their teeth. Now, we're going to be doing it while we're talking about Mustafa. And we're going to be doing it with the other characters involved in this case. Like Glenn Ford, we're going to be eating while we're having a conversation about the individuals that fabricated probable cause on my brother. And I find it funny that he wants me to stop. I mean, I must be effective enough that you can't sleep at night because of me. I mean, I must be effective enough that I put Amy Hotchkiss, Christine Alcazai in a hijab. I mean, lady. The conversation is that your husband lost his balls in Saudi Arabia because he did something to a child, blah, blah, blah. You know, Saudi Arabia don't play. They have these strict religions, blah, 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 blah. That they chopped him off. And something about he can't control you. Well, lady, if your husband that have no balls can't control you, you know Mustafa's brother will control you. And you can bet on that. And you're already seeing it. I mean, this community is watching that you're wearing a hijab because of Mustafa's brother. For the love of God, or the love of God, please don't show this community that I have that much control on you by removing your profile picture because of me. I hope not. We're going to continue to have a conversation. And the best thing about our conversation is we're comfortable with what we say. Apparently, we have documents and body cams that are sealed by the government. We have giant trucks that's rolling up and down the street. You're going to see us on social media. You're going to see us on the street. you're gonna see us in your nightmare. I mean, if you have nothing to worry about, you should have no problem with what I say. I mean, it's an interesting situation to have sealed body cams leaked out to the community, and the promises that they made you can no longer be kept. They told you that this body cam wasn't going to come out, but here we are watching Glenn Ford create and lie about a tragic vehicle accident. Watching an individual that doesn't know Dorothy, doesn't know Mustafa, claim to be Amy Hotchkiss. But then we find her on here claiming to be Christina Alcazay. That's interesting. Now, one thing that I can tell you that I'm an expert in is flushing people out. And I think it's fair to have a conversation. I think this community demands answers. I mean, to have individuals lie about a tragic vehicle accident is disturbing. I mean, we all want to get to the bottom of what is happening here. This should be a conversation. I mean, I'm comfortable having a conversation. I've got body cams. I've got documents. Yesterday, we released a video about the vehicle, my brother's vehicle, and the SUV that T-bones my brother's vehicle. Oh, that's interesting. The front of the SUV, driver's side, is untouched. That's interesting. It shows that the SUV turned into Mustafa's vehicle. It shows that Mustafa's vehicle cleared the SUV only for her to turn into him. Wait a minute, we have that on the body cam. I remember someone saying that. Who said that? Who said the SUV turned into Mustafa? Who said Mustafa cleared the SUV? Oh, wait a minute. Investigator Drum. Investigator Drum said, Investigator Drum and Investigator Mason, they both said that Mustafa cleared the SUV and the SUV turned into him. Interesting. I find it interesting that in court, and the documents are falsified. Why is this conversation not showing up? Oh, they show up on a body cam that's sealed off by a judge? What are they hiding here? These pictures are sealed pictures, by the way. They're terrified that these pictures are going to come out. Well, they're out in the community, and we're having a conversation. And the DOJ is upset that a county gets away with doing something like this. cell phones and emails are getting subpoenaed. Individuals are going to be held accountable. Details are coming out. All right, we're going to continue to listen to this body cam and pay attention to the
When you mean
details.
far, like days or weeks?
Days.
Days? Okay. Now, I know you talk about Instagram and Facebook Messenger. Do you happen to have any, or emails, do you have any of that stuff from
I
her?
checked yesterday when I was
Okay.
after I spoke to you. I think I deleted all that stuff.
Do you have any emails or Instagram you claim that you had between you, Dorothy? He says, I checked and I deleted. I found out that I deleted them. You deleted your emails with Dorothy? And this investigator doesn't even subpoena his emails, his Instagram posts? Well, when this department failed to do it, thank God for the DOJ that shows up and does the job for the county. Well, even though you deleted it, still gonna come out. All right.
Would she use that on a regular basis, you think?
Yeah, and, to contact me,
Yeah.
or just to contact anybody.
Well, to contact you.
To contact me, it was like a little bit of all that put together.
Okay.
Because I think when maybe he got wind of something, then she changed
To another one.
to another one.
Yeah.
And when he got wind of it, she would change to another one. Until the emails, that was like it. Like before, like when she would call me, she'll have like a little code that she'll give me to let me know that it's her.
Okay.
Like something only me and her would know.
Okay.
And then I know what's
We got 007 right here.
Like Morse code?
Like Morse code.
She was giving him codes.
Telepathic.
0011. It means I'm okay. We can talk. 023. Oh no, I'm in danger.
always
Yeah,
saying.
yeah.
So like as soon as she says that, then I'm like, okay, what's up? Like what's going on? And
911.
the
How can I
last
help
day I seen her was probably like
you? Glen Ford Services. How may I be of your
like
assistance?
4 days before the accident.
Okay.
When she emailed
She doesn't
me.
call 911. She
Glen
calls.
Ford, Glen Ford, how can I be? Glen Ford, how can we help you?
She doesn't dial when she's in trouble. She doesn't dial 911. She
And the
dials
investi-
011.
And the investigator that's listening to this bullshit doesn't even subpoena his
Glen
Instagram,
Ford,
email.
That's your services. How may I be of your assistance? Are you in a safe location?
Email, you mean like traditional
Yeah, she
email?
said
Okay.
email, yeah.
Traditional
And
email.
then she'll be
No.
like, "Nah,
What
I'm
other
outside,
email is
I'm
there?
walking
Traditional email? No.
Through a pigeon.
Pigeon. She communicates with me through a pigeon.
It's like I wake up at 7 in the morning. The pigeon has already dropped off the package. I read it.
No. I woke up at 7 o'clock in the morning. The pigeon wasn't there because Mustafa captured that. You know, Mustafa got a hold of this pigeon. He's got it
She
captured.
gave the
And
pigeon a push start. Well, Moses had it on a string. He caught it.
he returned it to
I mean,
Fetco.
for him, through his conversation, for him to think that Dorothy was looking at him through the window, and his window supposedly led to her bedroom window, and he would look at her
I mean,
at night.
what is this like?
Wasn't he living with his baby mother, his girlfriend at the time? Wasn't he living with someone at the time?
Interesting.
Like he had a kid and.
Hassan, the fact that he's sitting there telling investigator Davis that she sent him a message telling him to leave her the fuck alone, and he's like, no, that's not her. Bro,
And
your
he was-
ex-girlfriend.
He was with somebody because when he kicked her out, he brought in his child's mother.
He wants her. You know, he's not happy that
he
she.
wants both.
He wants both.
whenever
Okay.
this one would leave him, he wants the other one, and then when
Talk
whenever
about
the-
control. I mean,
and then when
who's,
this one
who's
is
the
here, he
controlling
wants to
person here?
Send her out.
Who's the controlling person? You beat up the kids. You abuse the kids. According to the ex-husband, you abused the kids. Okay,
Yeah,
you
according-
kicked her out. You cheated on her. You kicked her out.
When you say according to the ex-husband, no, according to the police, Ava OD'd in his apartment. She
Yep.
was living with him when she OD'd, and he wants to talk about Dorothy's a bad mother. This is your house. I mean, you said in that body cam, he said it got to the point where I don't even want to come home. Okay, so what kind of relationship, what kind of issues were you having
Yep.
in front of these children? By the way,
Well,
front of
Kylie
it, because
talks about.
kids are sensitive. I'll tell you, kids
Yeah.
are sensitive. When you have an argument,
Mhm.
if you have an argument, you have to make sure the child is not there.
Mhm.
Okay, and then you settle your differences, even if it's just talking. Kids.
Now
pick
we
up on
know.
it.
Now we know that there's a conversation about every time 14-year-old Kylie is there, there's drama. Now, what is he talking about with drama being there every time Kylie's there? What kind of relationship did you have with that 14-year-old child that there is drama when she's there?
Well, wasn't it him that told?
Well, I have the audio.
Wasn't him that told Charlene
Mhm.
that Kylie got mad one time while at his apartment, and she said to her mom, she said, "Yeah, that's why me and you are effing the same man."
Effing the same man.
And
Interesting.
in his presence, okay, and she walked out.
Interesting.
Is
Is Glenn Ford
having a
fucking
relationship?
Kylie?
Okay.
I mean, hey, let's, what are we talking about here? Bro, are you having a relationship with a 14-year-old child?
And Charlene said that Kylie had a very weird, odd conversation with Glenn Ford about Mustafa, telling him to unalive him.
Mhm.
Okay,
We have
I
the
mean,
audio.
What kind of relationship do you have with this child for her to feel comfortable?
Comfortable to tell you to unalive somebody. I mean,
That's a huge thing. I mean,
we have
to
Glenn
take
Ford.
somebody's life.
We have Glenn Ford on an audio recording telling Charlene that Kylie came up to him.
And what was his
asking
response?
him-
What was his response?
What was his response? What was his response when
And how come he
Kylie?
didn't mention that to the police?
Interesting.
He didn't say anything about that to the police.
Interesting. Now
Okay.
we have a conversation that Glenn Ford. I mean, that's why Glenn Ford is terrified to have a conversation. I mean,
Then again, you look
Let's
at
listen to the audio.
You look at the totality of Glenn Ford and who he is. Why are you so heavily invested, along with Christine Alcazar, along with
aka Amy Hodgkins.
along with I mean
Nene.
Nene doesn't come out, so we don't know what she's probably thinking about it. She's like, okay, I'm probably just not going to show up to court. Okay, I'm not going to show up. I'm not.
Well, if she doesn't show up to court, they'll bring up her charges. They removed her criminal charges based on these testimonies.
Right, but she's not talking. I mean, Kylie came out and talked. There's a whole hour-and-a-half video of her at the
We have that
pavilion.
video.
Okay, what she said about Glenn Ford, the things she said about him, it's all recorded. Why are these people so heavily invested in the Mustafa case? I mean, we don't know who Christine Alcazar is. I've never heard of this name.
Well, it'll be interesting to subpoena
I've
their
never
cell
heard of
phone.
this name before. Okay, Mustafa's never heard of her. She came on in February. She said, "I'm here to help," and all she was doing, when you look back, I mean, hindsight is 20/20. So you look back at what her primary goal was. She was extracting information from this case, trying to get every piece of it, so that she can feed it to Kylie. Okay, now the police department deleted Kylie's interview from April
Mhm.
and re-interviewed her
Exactly.
in July. In July,
Interesting.
okay, after Christine Alcazar had straight up came out and said, "F you guys, I'm not with you guys. The whole time I've been spying on you. Every person that I sent your way was trying to extract information." It turns out she has communication with Kylie. And she fed Kylie enough information so that Kylie can come forward as a so-called credible witness, because her first interview wasn't good enough.
They never
to the police.
expected that these body cams were going to come out and documents to come out.
Exactly. I mean, you look at the date of the forensic child interview, and you see that Javen and Imagine and Pharaoh and Kylie, according to the police, to their police reports, those 4 children were interviewed on April 7th. Why is Kylie's interview not there from April 7th? Why is there an interview from July?
Exactly.
Why is there an interview from July?
Exactly.
Where is her April
They-
interview?
They expect that this conversation wasn't gonna come out. Well, now it's out. These details we're gonna have a conversation about,
And I guarantee,
and the community
you,
is asking questions.
I guarantee you, okay, I guarantee you, whatever local, low-level FBI have told them, it's no longer
Yeah.
no longer valid here
Exactly.
because
It's a liability. At this
this-
point, it's a liability.
this information has gone out. You know, if I can understand, if everything was never leaked out, if all this stuff was sealed, you can play the narrative, you can lie and pretend, but knowing what we know today, seeing what we've seen on these body cams and them being public, the FBI is really going to have to step in and correct what the locals have done. They've messed this whole thing up. Okay, initially they told us there's no video of Mustafa getting beat. They say there's nothing to see here. Okay, but now that we have the video, now that we have these body cams, now that we have these falsified witnesses, you have an investigator who's been there for 20 years. You have his wife on the phone on an investigation. His wife on the phone. I mean, you look at all these.
The wife doesn't work for the police department.
She
Why
doesn't
is your wife
He
on a
said
phone
he-
call 3-way with a witness, and then you find out that this witness is not who she claims to be?
He said
She doesn't
my-
know Mustafa. She
he-
doesn't know Dorothy. Now the question is, what would we find when we subpoena her cell phones and emails? Was she in communication with the lawyer of the police department when that Mustafa's involved with a lawsuit against the police department? Now, did she have any communication with the lawyer
I want to know what
that
Stephanie
was
Claiborne's drum.
representing the police?
I'd like to know what Stephanie Claiborne Drum's communication was with Christine Alcazar.
Exactly.
Okay,
Interesting.
and I want to know what communication Christine Alcazar had with Glenn Ford,
Now, exactly.
and what communication she had with Kylie
Exactly.
prior to April 7th. What kind of communications did you guys have? Phone calls, text messages, emails, whatever it may be. What kind of link did you guys have together for you all to say the same exact lie to the police?
That Mustafa did this on purpose.
No,
He
yeah.
ran away.
This is the key. This is the key lie here that
Yeah.
that is gonna they're gonna get caught up with. Nene, Glenn Ford, Christine Alcazar, and Kylie all have one thing in common with their statement to the police.
They said that Mustafa ran away.
They said that Mustafa ran away from the scene and he was
Interesting.
trying to get rid of the kids that were
There you
still
go.
with him. That's the key lie here,
Mhm.
is that they thought that Mustafa, when he showed up at the apartment complex, they thought that the kids were with him and he was dropping them off at the neighbor. That's what they
The
told
common
police.
denominator is
And
that
they can't change that anymore because it's already on body cam. It's already on police documents. You can't go back and change what your statement was. You've already said it. And the fact that the 4 of them have the same exact lie, the same exact narrative to the police, all in order to manufacture this this narrative about Mustafa. And the police, you know, who are supposed to be investigating this, you know, like Drum asks the right questions when he says, "How do you know that? How do you know that?" She says, "Well, I don't know. The neighbor told me, or I heard it from Kylie, and Kylie heard it from the neighbor." He says, "Well, how do you know that?" He says, "You mean the neighbor, Kim?" And she admits, I don't know her name. I don't know what her name is, but the neighbor, yeah, she seems to know a lot. He's asking the right questions, but then he's thinking about it, and he's like, okay, this is the Al Jazari guy who Casey Fines told me is a known user, okay? And everybody's telling me he did it on purpose. He sued the police. I mean, for them to release Mustafa on April 5th and then have 2 days to think about who this man really is. They went back and did a background check. They asked the officers at the station, and half of them already have profiled him. They were following him. There's already a case on him.
I mean,
he's suing the police.
Casey Fine says They've been watching Mustafa. He identified Mustafa by name. He identified Dorothy and the kids.
And then
Now-
the other officer said that Patrol was watching him with that child.
Patrol
he said, "Is
was
it the
watching
same
him.
kid from the other day from
Now,
Patrol?"
you have a $500,000 lawsuit against the police. Of course, the police are watching you. They have a lawyer to represent them against you. Now they're watching you. They're tracking you. They're profiling you. They're harassing you. We have videos where they're harassing Mustafa.
So what do they think? Okay, you know what? Let's frame him. Okay, there's this group of people around him that clearly don't like him. Okay, for whatever reason, and we can use that to our benefit.
Well,
Let's go ahead.
it'll be interesting to find out that the people around him are already in communication with the lawyer that was representing the
Exactly.
police. The
For
fact that
Glenn
you
Ford-
have Amy Hodgkins, an Iraqi person. Mustafa's original from Iraq. Amy Hodgkins is an Iraqi person. Her husband is a second star. Her husband's brother-in-law is a 2-star general for Saddam. You're sitting there watching Mustafa. You go into this case claiming you're a witness, doesn't know anything, wasn't there. Called this investigator and tells him that you have a relationship with the daughter. So you've already started a relationship with this daughter, a 14-year-old child that's estranged with her mother. You're around Kylie. You don't know her mother. You don't know Mustafa. You say you don't know. You said you don't know Kylie. Now you have a relationship with Kylie, and you call in fabricating and pretending to be a witness. Now who are you, and who are you in communication with that you've been watching Mustafa? An Iraqi person that's been watching Mustafa. Now,
Oh, yeah, I find it interesting.
Yeah.
Somebody today sent me a clip from her live,
yeah.
and in that short clip, it
Shelly, hello.
She
Hello,
said,
hello.
She says Amy Hodson, or the person that claims to be Amy Hodson,
Yeah.
that's my twin sister. Or that's,
Interesting.
Or not? She didn't say it. Somebody else said that. That's
Shelly,
your sister.
hello.
She said,
I missed you, ma'am. How are you? I'm glad that you're part of this conversation.
I was gonna say, what am I missing?
A lot. We're going over Glenn Ford body cam. I've got my brother in the background. We're having a conversation about the characters. Glenn Ford came on here earlier.
made a fool of himself.
Made a real fool of himself. I continue to ask him to have a conversation.
He was going off like a
he just went off.
wildcat.
He just kept on going off, and his the thing that he went, he's like, bro, please stop talking about me. I'm like, bro, as much as you're gonna beg me to stop talking about you, you don't realize that you're the main character in this case. And I asked him to have a conversation, but he just kept on yelling that TikTok.
TikTok didn't
blocked
understand
him.
what he was saying, and they blocked him.
Yeah, they blocked him. I mean, if
Yeah.
TikTok doesn't understand what he's saying, how am I supposed to understand what he's saying? I just have questions
I
for
was
the guy.
trying to listen to. What
I
he
swear to
said,
God,
but I couldn't hear
I was really nice to him. I mean, you can go back and see if anybody has a live recorded. Any of my trolls can,
Was it on YouTube?
It was, oh my God, it's on
Are you
YouTube.
live on YouTube?
Oh, you should
I
go
swear to
back.
God, you can always count on Shelly to, really drive the point home. It's on YouTube.
We're
You
gonna
can
play it
you can go and see it.
I was watching.
I was really nice to the kid. I swear to God, I
listening.
was really nice. I asked him to stay calm and be nice, and I even went as far as telling him, I pray that that you continue to stay calm and relax, because I don't want you to relapse when this investigation catches up to you, that you've got federal agents at your door asking you about your cell phone and email. And the last thing I want is a rackhead that's, when he's talking to agent, he's like, I don't want him to relapse. I hate for him to be stressed out enough about the outcome that he's relapsing.
He's gonna have
into.
to answer as to why he put those comments on Facebook, as to why he said that to whatever he said to the police. He manufactured that probable cause. Him, Nene, Kylie. I mean, that's a small circle. And Christian Alcazar.
I find it comical that he's sitting there asking me, what does me have to do
With your brother.
with your brother? He asked me that, and he keeps saying
He's
it.
got everything
Like
to do with it.
he's. I mean, you have a vehicle accident. It's on dash camera. It's a vehicle accident.
It's on body cam.
It's
a vehicle
on
accident.
it's on body cam. The investigators are saying that Mustafa cleared the vehicle. These are his skid marks, and the SUV turned
the
into him.
damage alone shows this is a vehicle.
I mean, the
accident.
pictures that my brother released yesterday. If that's not disturbing and terrifying, I mean, Shelly, I don't know if you saw the pictures. The video that my
okay,
brother released.
you know what I was asking myself?
You know,
today?
before you say that,
Go on.
Glenn Ford asked me, "What does this have to do with your brother?" Like, bro, it's a vehicle accident, and then here you are sitting down with the investigator, telling them that he has a problem with his relationship with Dorothy.
That he hates.
You're claiming that they're in they have a bad relationship, and this is what happened. You said Mustafa's on the run. You said Mustafa is arguing with Dorothy. Mustafa is that he has a bad is abusive. Now, details are coming out where it shows inside the apartment what you're talking about does not exist. Now, the police department, based on what you said, created probable cause. You manufacture probable cause. You, among the other individuals that were involved, Nene, Amy Hodgkins, they manufacture probable cause. Now, when you sit there and you say, what do I have to do with your brother? Everything. Everything. The police department has a vested interest to turn this into M1. We have the investigator. He falsified the statements on the police report. Every other police report is falsified. And you have characters that have entered themselves into this case where they lie about the details. I mean, my brother was saying something really interesting. The key common denominator between Glenn Ford, Nene, and Amy Hodgkins is that they all said that Mustafa was in possession of the kids. He stopped at the apartment to get rid of them, and he's on the run. That's interesting. I mean, you want to tell me the police department didn't know that? Didn't know that Mustafa was helicoptered to the hospital? Mustafa was in a coma? I mean, it's bullshit. For them to sit with Glenn Ford and allow him to lie about Mustafa like that. I mean, I'm listening to this and I'm disturbed on so many levels. When Glenn Ford says to an investigator, to a seasoned investigator, I mean, the guy is bald. Investigator Davis is bald. I mean, you know how long this investigator has been in this police department for him to know what he's doing? You know, when you have someone, the ex-boyfriend, is telling you, I've exchanged words with my ex-girlfriend's new boyfriend. How did you exchange words? He asked him, how did you exchange words? He said, I'll let him have it. He said he texted me. How did he said, he called me. He texted me. Through who? Through Dorothy's cell phone. What did the text say? He says, the text says, I love Moses. Leave us the fuck alone. You said Moses texted you from Dorothy's cell phone telling you, I love Moses. Leave us the fuck alone. Is it possible, Investigator Davis, that this guy that's sitting in front of you is so delusional that he can't comprehend that his ex-girlfriend is telling him to leave them the fuck alone? I mean, here you have someone that's watching Mustafa, watching Dorothy. I mean, he seems to know the whereabouts of Mustafa. When he says the other day, Amar knows a lot of details, he wasn't there. How did he know so much? Bobby's the one that hung out with Mustafa when he goes to the casino. Wait a minute. How the fuck do you know that Mustafa goes to the casino unless you're following him around? I mean, how much are you watching Mustafa? How detailed is this? Now, I know that your apartment is empty. Completely empty. I know that Nini's apartment is completely empty. This is before the accident. I mean, I'm just asking questions. Your cell phone, you're terrified that your cell phone is going to get subpoenaed. You're terrified that your emails are going to get subpoenaed. Your social media, Instagram and other social media is going to get subpoenaed. What do you have on your social media, cell phones, and an email that you're terrified that's going to come out in this case? Amy Hotchkiss, Glenn Ford, Nene, Kylie. Now, were they in communication with the lawyer that was representing the police at the time Mustafa was suing the police? I mean, that's a possibility. I mean, I think it's naive to think that you're going to sue somebody and the lawyer that you're suing doesn't have private investigators that's building a profile on you and who's around you. It's naive to think that they're not in communication with the private investigators that's representing the police at the time. That's naive. Okay, you know how naive that is? To think that the neighbor, the ex-boyfriend, this new person that entered the case as Amy Hotchkiss, aka Christina Al-Khazai, just happened to be from Iraq. Are you kidding me here? I mean, the best is yet to come. I mean, we're just talking about the details. And we're asking, did the police department target Mustafa? We have documents and we have body cams. And it shows that this is a targeted effort by the police department to frame Mustafa. I mean, the pictures that I have, we released a video yesterday where it shows the front of the SUV, the driver's side, completely untouched. It's not touched. Shelly, I don't know if you saw this picture with the SUV.
Which one?
Okay, so yesterday we released a video with the front of the SUV. The driver's side is completely untouched. Did you see that picture, or you haven't seen it yet?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Now they claim that originally they said this is a head-on collision, and then they retracted their statements and they said that the SUV slammed into Mustafa because the SUV was in front of it. They're saying that this is the SUV, right? That the SUV slammed into the vehicle, right?
Right. And
Well,
twice.
And then spun twice. Now, well, on body cam. Okay, well, on body cam, that's not what they say. On body cam, they say that Mustafa cleared the SUV and the SUV turned into him. Okay, on paper, so they sealed the body cam, and then falsified the police report, and they say that the SUV slammed into Mustafa. That's what they're saying now, right? Now, that's a good question. If that's the collision, how is it possible that the front passenger of the SUV is completely untouched? Do you see what I'm saying here? Shelley,
Of course.
how is that possible? Now, the only way that the front driver side would be untouched if Mustafa cleared the SUV, cleared it all the way to the other side, and the SUV turned into him, where her tire got clipped off, and the front driver's side is completely untouched, and then they spun. You know how disturbing that is?
Yeah. It won't make sense.
Now, we have pictures that the police department is chopping up at this vehicle inside the police department. Now, what are they chopping up at? In the beginning, they said the vehicle is chopped up because they were extracting Mustafa, Dorothy, and Empress. When we asked Casey Stevens, the police department comes back and tells him that they were extracting Mustafa, Dorothy, and Empress. And then, when the pictures came out, that Mustafa, Dorothy, and Empress were already extracted by the paramedic, they came back with a different narrative. Now we have pictures that the vehicle is being chopped up by the jaw of life inside the police department, by the police. Now their narrative is they're chopping up at the vehicle because they're attempting to get the computer inside the vehicle. Well, that's interesting, because you also extracted the computer in the SUV. Did you chop up the vehicle the same way you chopped up Mustafa's vehicle? That's interesting. Wait a minute. Is this how you chop up every vehicle to get the computer? No, I'm a mechanic. How could you preserve the vehicle involved in what you claim an M1 without preserving the vehicle? You didn't chop up the vehicle because you wanted the computer. You chopped up the vehicle because you're staging that vehicle.
Exactly.
Now, if you look at that vehicle, the frame is bent.
That's sitting on that other heavy ass shit where you got the.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yes.
Okay, you're attempting to chop up the vehicle and stage it so you can collaborate and match it up with your falsified police report. And now documents and pictures are coming out where they contradict what you claim happened.
That heavy actually.
I mean, I swear to God, every time I look at this picture with the front,
I was gonna ask one thing earlier. I was gonna tell you something before I forget.
yeah.
Hey, Mo.
Hey, Shelly, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing well, thank you. What was I gonna say? Okay, so looking at these pictures, right?
Yeah.
You can clearly see that the SUV has damage to the passenger side, mainly the passenger front. The driver's side is completely
touched.
intact. Like you can
Intact,
see the fender
Yeah, yeah.
completely straight.
Yeah.
You look at Mustafa's vehicle, the front is completely intact. I mean, the bumper is, the bumper fell off from the force, but you can see his,
The frame is completely
you can
intact.
see the, what is it called? You know, the part of the bumper that sits behind the plastic.
Mhm.
It's fully intact. It's not
Yeah.
bent. It's
Yeah.
not damaged.
You see, there's
at all.
no impact.
You can see the hood is straight all the way down to the very end. It's completely straight, no dent, nothing. You can clearly see that Mustafa's vehicle was hit from the rear door and the rear tire area. That's the primary area where it was hit.
There's
you-
a dent right there.
And
see
you
it.
can tell that because the rear control arm on the passenger side is snapped in half. That's where the SUV's force hit the most. And you can see that the rim of Mustafa's vehicle was actually bent in, so much so that it left a dent on the shock, on the rear shock. So we know, and then you can see the rear passenger door frame where the tire is. You know, when you open the door, you can see like the tire. That part is, I mean, the metal is ripped out. That's where the primary area of impact was from the SUV, right? So my question is, what were the police, what would satisfy the police to say that Mustafa was trying to avoid a vehicle accident? What kind of damage would have satisfied them to say, okay, he was trying to avoid a vehicle accident? You know, they say like he didn't attempt to maneuver his vehicle, he didn't attempt to avoid an accident. Okay, so what would satisfy their need to say that he was trying to avoid a vehicle accident? Like, what kind of damage were they expecting if he had, allegedly, you know, like they say, let's say he was trying to avoid a vehicle accident, what kind of damage were you expecting, other than what you see now? I mean, is this not enough for them, that his vehicle was T-boned from the rear, from the passenger rear side, that the SUV's damage is on the front right passenger side, not directly in the front? and you look at the road, you see that the fourth lane, because the SUV was in the third lane, from the left, it was in the third lane.
Yeah.
But you look at the road, you see radiator fluid, you see
Yep.
fluid from the vehicles where they impacted. Because the moment the SUV hit, the moment the SUV strikes Mustafa's vehicle, that's where you're gonna have fluid leak
Now,
on the
I
road.
find it interesting. In the body cams, the fire trucks flooded the street. They flooded the street with water. Now, I'll tell you why they flooded the street with water. The radiator, the vehicle when the SUV first made contact with with Mustafa's vehicle, the radiator leaked out, and they flood the whole entire water attempting to.
But you can still see.
No, oh yeah, you can still
you
see.
can
it.
still
You can
see
still
where.
it.
I mean,
But I'm just saying, like when I look at the fire hydrant, the fire department, why are they leaking out water everywhere?
radiator fluid leaves a specific type
Yep.
of stain,
Yep.
and you can see it on the road, specifically in the fourth lane.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the vehicle struck. So when Drum says she must have turned into him, she really did turn into him. Okay, and the other thing is that there's another side to this, which is when you look at the vehicle pictures that I haven't posted yet.
Yeah.
But you can see that the engine mount of Mustafa's vehicle is almost like displaced.
Yep.
Okay? You see the drive shaft is disconnected. Because the engine and transmission shifted forward, the drive shaft came out of its socket.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
So, I mean, you can really ask the question, did that happen when Mustafa slammed on the brake and enough force was put on that engine to shift forward and it dislocated the drive shaft from the transmission? And what supports that is you look at the data recorder. The prosecutor in court said, and you can also verify with the data recorder, she says Mustafa's foot is on the brake. You can see from the data recorder that there was zero input of gas pedal. So the gas
And the
pedal.
RPM is shooting really high.
So, okay, so his vehicle slowed down from 53
Yeah.
to 34
35.
to 35.
Yeah.
Okay, so for his vehicle to be slowing down in that short couple of seconds that the data recorder records, his vehicle slowed down from 53 to 35, but the RPM was still going up.
Yep.
Okay, I mean, okay, let's look at how the RPM is connected to the car. Okay, the drive shaft is what's connected to the engine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's what's connected to the engine. If you disconnect the drive shaft from the transmission, now you have a freely spinning engine. Okay, the only reason the engine RPM does not go up is because the drive shaft is connected to the axle and the car is not moving. For example, when you push the brake, the vehicle is not moving, the RPM is steady.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but the moment you let off the brake, you know how your car starts to creep forward?
Yeah.
It's because the engine wants to rev up automatically. Okay, but the thing that's stopping it from revving up is your foot on the brake. Now, when you disconnect the tires from the engine, now you have a freely spinning
Yep.
engine.
Yep.
Okay, you know that power that
Yep.
that allows your car to creep forward? It's not connected to the tires, so it's not pushing the weight of the vehicle forward anymore. It's just freely spinning. And if you look at the data recorder, okay, you look at the fact that Mustafa was pushing on the brake, the speed was slowing down, but the engine RPM was still going up. It shows you that the drive shaft was disconnected
Yep.
the moment he slammed on the brake.
Yep. And there are pictures that support exactly what you just said. And
Okay,
these
and-
are sealed, but we have them.
And I'll
I
tell
mean,
you,
why are they so terrified
I'll
they
tell you.
didn't want an independent expert to look at the car?
you don't need an independent expert to look at the vehicle anymore. All you have to do is get a vehicle expert to look at the data.
pictures.
To look at the
The
data.
data recorder and the
And
pictures.
look at the pictures.
Yep.
And if you want someone to physically verify
Yep.
that this motor mount did not break off the engine, it was just loose and it just shifted forward. Because when I look at it through the image, it looked like it just came out of its socket. The engine mount looked like it just came out. So was it tightened up? I mean, did the bolt break off of it? Okay, and you can see that the area around the engine, it didn't cave in, so nothing touched that engine. Even from the impact, nothing touched the engine, nothing touched the drive shaft, and nothing touched the transmission. So how did this engine mount all of a sudden come out of its place and shifted the whole entire engine and transmission forward to where the drive shaft came out of its socket from the transmission.
Interesting.
It really is interesting.
Disturbing.
And then,
Yeah.
then you look at when the independent expert got close to the vehicle and he wanted to like inspect it a little bit more in detail.
Your own lawyer, Mustafa's
You
own
got-
lawyer,
you got
you got
pushback.
Casey Stevens,
You got
pushing
pushback.
back on the independent expert to look at the other vehicle.
I mean, the
The
fact that your
prosecutor,
lawyer,
the
stopped-
investigator, yeah.
the lawyer stopped the independent expert from examining the
never
vehicle
seen-
further.
Now, we know that Mustafa's lawyer, Casey Stevens, is protecting this investigator that falsified the police report.
And then to take it a
No.
step further, the independent expert tells me, I have a recording
Yep,
that I listened
yep,
to.
he tells-
I
yep.
listened to it yesterday. Okay, he said Casey Stevens specifically asked me not to write a report.
Now, why
But
would
yet
your own lawyer?
Casey Stevens is telling us, oh, it takes a month for him to write up his report.
Yep.
We come back a month later and we're like, where's the report? It takes a little bit longer. You know, they're still analyzing the data, this and that. And then the guy tells us after the fact, he says, Casey Stevens never told me to write a report. He actually told me to
Give me his finding
Verbally.
verbally. Now, we have a body cam where we have a body cam where Mustafa's own lawyer, the one that stole our money, the one that knows the investigator, the one that protected the investigator that falsified the police report, is on a body cam, on a police body cam, telling the independent expert not to look at the other vehicle.
I mean,
he
this is
says
evidence.
specifically.
This is evidence.
He says specifically. Now, I've never seen. Usually, the prosecutor or the police department or says. He says specifically.
It's really the prosecutor who should be pushing back.
Pushing back. He says the document said the prosecutor said vehicle and not vehicles. What? Your own defense attorney is telling the investigator that the document by the prosecutor says, oh yeah, one vehicle. You can't. It's only Mustafa's vehicle. It says vehicle, not vehicles. It's supposed to be the other way around. It's supposed to be the prosecutor is pushing back and saying it's supposed to be your lawyer wants to inspect the other vehicle, and your lawyer and then the prosecutor says it says one vehicle, not vehicles.
I mean, you already got the guy out.
Unless your lawyer is not working for you.
Oh, we already know that.
We already know that.
We're
beating a dead horse here.
You got the guy out there, okay, coming all the way from Richmond. You've already paid him. He's there with his equipment. And you're not going to make a phone call to Sarah Sammy, to Amy Ashworth to say, hey, can this guy inspect the vehicle? They say the prosecutor doesn't want the vehicle manipulated. Well, in the photos,
The
it
body
shows-
cam before.
shows that they
Again,
took off the
chopped up-
tire. They chopped off the vehicle's roof.
Mm-hmm.
They took the tire off, including the brake pads, the brake caliper. They took everything off.
But your independent expert
It's not
cannot inspect the vehicle and write up a report. Why?
Because-
What are you so terrified
Because
that
they
you're
don't
going to
want
find
it
in this vehicle?
manipulated. They don't want it manipulated. That's the
The bottom line of this case is that Mustafa did everything he can to avoid a vehicle accident. He cleared every vehicle. The other SUV slammed into him.
And by the way-
you have the investigator saying
way-
it. You have
You can see missing bolts.
The
from
bottom line
transmission.
is- yeah.
You can see missing bolts from the transmission in one of those photos. Did they document? I mean, if to have a bolt missing from such a big piece of the car, the transmission that they claim was separated from the engine because they pulled it, but it's missing a bolt. I mean, how many other bolts are missing? What else was not put back correctly that they're trying to avoid? I don't see any missing bolt in the police report. I don't see them put that anywhere. But you can see in one of the pictures, it's missing a bolt. There's a
I'll give you
hole.
another detail that's revealing in the whole entire case. Now, I have details that they put the wrong transmission. I have details that there is a mount that's modified. Now, why is it when I go back to the place that the transmission was bought from, and I have a conversation with this individual, and he's talking to me about details that have not been made public.
That
He's
only-
asking me questions
that only the
about
police
the
department would
now.
know.
He's asking me questions about the children. Why are the children left in the apartment? I'm like, wait a minute. You're a guy that we that the mechanic shop bought the transmission from. Why are you avoiding to have a conversation about this transmission? And
Where's
you're
the
giving me
receipt?
details.
Where is the receipt to this part?
You're giving me details about. You're telling me about the kids. Who's
what?
who's
What?
he's telling me that he has a friend in the police department that's telling him that that the kids were left in the apartment. He's giving me Glenn Ford's narrative. I'm looking at this guy. I'm like, wait a minute. What the fuck are you talking about? Mustafa was helicoptered to the hospital. Mustafa was in and out of consciousness. When Mustafa came out of the hospital,
And he claimed the police never
Oh.
approached him.
huh?
He claimed
And he
that-
claims the police department never questioned him.
Never
Now-
asked about this vehicle,
now,
never asked about
They said the police department never stopped at his shop, never asked him about the vehicle. I find that disturbing. Now, all of a sudden, when I go and talk to him, he wants to believe that Mustafa did this on purpose. Now, and then when I talk to him about the details, he wants to give me Glenn Ford's narrative. I'm like, you're the guy that the shop bought the transmission from. What are you talking about? Who are you talking to? And
Where's the part number to this transmission?
where's the receipt and the part number to this transmission? What are you so terrified that you want to avoid? That you're giving me Glenn Ford's narrative, and then
You know what else he
He's-
says? You know what else he said? When I asked at the time about the transmission receipt, he said the shop told me that the person that supplied him the transmission, he said, oh, he's gonna look for it, but this transmission was laying around his shop, and that's how he obtained it, because it was laying around his shop. But I remember a conversation where he was saying it's not gonna fit, it's not gonna work. This transmission is not the right one. And then a week later, he says, "Okay, car's ready to be picked up." I mean, I think he said the other guy had to modify some connector, he had to modify some bracket or something. And then also, you look at the upward control arms. You know they're missing the bottom piece of the bolt. You know when you put in the nut on a bolt, it's missing the bottom piece.
Yeah.
Like the nut is flush with the bolt, but none of that is documented in the police report. None of it
this is a
documented.
vehicle that was given to me by a Marine that I did work for on base. I take this vehicle. He wanted to fix it. That Marine wanted to fix it. It's his daughter's vehicle. Wanted to fix it. And the repair is too expensive that he said, I'm just going to buy her a new vehicle. I'm going to give you the vehicle. He ended up giving me that vehicle. It needed an engine. The repair is too expensive. Being a mechanic, I buy and sell cars. Some customers would sell it really cheap, and some would just give you the vehicle. They don't want to deal with it. I take this vehicle, I take it to the shop, and that shop secures a used engine, and he puts a used engine in it. That vehicle needed a transmission. That shop goes and secures a transmission and puts a transmission. That vehicle had a problem. If you're driving the vehicle, it would just shift left. You would have the steering wheel straight, but something is off that it shifts left. That shop ended up doing all the front work for the upper control arm, lower control arm. The whole front end is rebuilt. Pretty much every part. That shop ended up replacing the brakes. And I was gonna sell it. Mustafa needed a vehicle at the time. Mom told me to give the vehicle to Mustafa. Give it to your brother. You love your brother? Give it to your brother. I'm like, Ma, yes, Ma. So I take the vehicle. I give it to Mustafa. Now, the police department is inspecting the vehicle, and they're finding mechanical failure. The bottom line to this case is that the police department admit that Mustafa did everything he can to avoid a vehicle accident. On body cam, that's what they admit. What did they do? They seal off those body cams. On body cam, they admit there is mechanical failure. My brother did everything he can to avoid a vehicle accident. There's mechanical failure in the vehicle. and the police department falsified the police report and turned this into an M1. This is a tragic vehicle accident. My brother lost his girlfriend, her 5-year-old baby. My brother had a lawsuit against the police where they took advantage of this vehicle accident. The miracle already happened where we're in possession of these body cams, we're in possession of the reports, we're in possession of the documents, we're in possession of the pictures from the vehicle itself. They sealed it, they falsified the police report. This is local town corruption. You have local police officers, you have local FBI. The thought that they can falsify, conceal, and pretend nothing is happening. The reality of this situation is this material is already released, and the federal government has an obligation and a job to do. Now, we're not going away. This family is not going away. They have Mustafa in solitary. They're terrified to give him a bond because they know that if Mustafa gets out and talks about what they've done to him, they're not going to be able to get away with it. Well, unfortunately for them, that his family is out and this community is watching these documents and these body cams get released. And the federal government has an obligation and a job to do. And we're gonna, yes ma'am, we're gonna continue to put pressure that this investigation moves forward and they investigate the local police and the local government. When the local government fails you, the job of the federal government is to come in and make sure that the local government is not abusing the community. Now, we're not talking about every police officer. We're not talking about every correctional officer. We're talking about individuals that violated their oath, violated that badge and uniform. That's not a reflection of every police officer. As a matter of fact, they take it away from the individuals that wear a badge and a uniform that serve this country, serve this community, serve this country. And our job in this community is not to walk away. They expect this family to walk away. They've done it before. They're used to doing it. And you don't have to take my word for it. If anything that you've seen us talk about and show that this is a common behavior in this community by this police department, that they will abuse you and pretend nothing is happening. For 2 years, you have a black girl that was unalived in the vehicle, an abductee, and they lied and they said she was found unalived outside the vehicle. We all got to see this body cam. We see their cover up. We see how they lie. They will unalive you and walk away and pretend nothing is happening. So it's yes, ma'am. It's a miracle that we have these body cams where we can show what they're doing to my brother. They thought they can get away with it, but they're not going to get away with it because it's no longer us talking about my brother. It's documents, body cams, and the discovery is released. So for those that feel comfortable thinking that nothing's going to happen, I tell you that ship already sailed. It takes time. All I ask everybody to be patient. I ask our good friend Glenn Ford not to relapse. I ask Amy Hodgkins to be patient. This is a giant case that's full of corruption, police misconduct, falsified police reports. And we don't have to talk about them, we can show what they're doing. I mean, to see a picture of the front corner of the SUV untouched and the driver's side completely squished, this is proof of what investigator Drum said on their own body cam, that she turned into him. So I'll tell you, the best is yet to come. We're gonna take a break, and we're gonna continue to listen to the body cam of our good old friend Glenny himself, the star of the show. You know, I've never seen the star of the show come up on the platform and say, "Can you take me off your show?" Bro, my podcast is not a boring podcast because of you. Otherwise, it would be called Just Another Boring Podcast.
Susie's Rocks.
Huh?
This is Susie's Rocks.
Yes, ma'am. All right,
Like
Shelly.
I'm recording.
Seriously, I swear to God, Shelly, we're gonna take a break, and when we'll come back, we'll talk about this body cam.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm here.
Yes, ma'am. You know what I was thinking about? It's interesting to watch Chief of Police Peter Newsham conversation. Serbian, hello, hello, hello. It's interesting to watch Chief of Police Peter Newsham conversation with Mohammed a year ago. In light of the body cams that's now being released, in light of the documents that's being released. When I go back and watch the conversation, I mean, it's disturbing on so many levels. One of the things that he tells Muhammad, he says, that's not the same vehicle. What the fuck does that even mean? If I don't know if you remember, Shelly, what he tells Muhammad, he's shocked that when Muhammad is showing him the pictures from MBC4 when they took the pictures, and the pictures of the vehicle when Casey Stevens sent us the pictures. Accidentally, he sent us the pictures. And we see a vehicle that's chopped up and staged. And Chief of Police Peter Newsham says, that's not the vehicle. Chief of Newsham, who are you trying to kid here? Now that we have... I've never seen anything like that. Now, is that Chief of Police not watching what his police officers are doing?
Right.
I mean, what is? I mean, I it doesn't. To me, it doesn't make any sense. You know, I'll tell you what that is. He's comfortable. He's comfortable because his prosecutor and Commonwealth attorney sealed off the body cams and discovery that you know what he tells Mo? We're very comfortable charging your brother with what we have. If you listen to what he said. Now, these people are professional at how they cover things up. You're using witnesses against Mustafa. Who are your witnesses? Amy Hotchkiss is not a witness. Her job is to make sure to fabricate and create probable cause, manufacture probable cause, and troll the conversation. I mean, we see her on a body cam as Amy Hotchkiss, and she's manufacturing probable cause. She tells you she doesn't know Dorothy. And she creates a narrative for Mustafa, but she tells you, I'm not there. Now, that's not a witness that could be used in court. What she's doing is she's manufacturing probable cause. Glenn Ford is not a witness that's going to be used in court. His job is to manufacture a probable cause. Now, his job is to be on here and talk. He's not doing a good job. Let me give him a point or two. We need you to stay calm, relaxed, collected, not relapse. Now, if me and the prosecutor are asking him the same thing, he's fucked either way. He's fucked because there are things that you can't take back. We're in possession of certain material that's going to make your life a living nightmare. But we're going to continue to give you emotional support and walk you through the process. Stay calm, Glennie. Continue to be collected. We're going to pray that you don't relapse because we need you. We definitely need you in this process. Now, Chief of Police Peter Newsham tells Muhammad, we're very comfortable with what we have. Well, of course, you thought this material was never going to come out. There is no way that we can find out that this police department told the kids, lied to the kids, that Mustafa ran away, left your 5-year-old baby sister in the car, And if it wasn't for him running away, your 5-year-old baby sister would have still been alive today. They lie to the kids. These are 9, 10, 13. They lie to the kids. They gave these kids someone to blame after the vehicle accident. They lied to the kids. Mustafa was helicoptered to the hospital. Mustafa was in and out of consciousness. They lied to the kids, only to put them in a forensic interview. If I was 9 years old and someone told me that my mom's boyfriend did it on purpose, what do you think I'm going to say about that person? I'm going to say whatever you want me to say. Apparently, they're in an apartment with Glenn Ford and Nene, and they're telling them that Mustafa did this on purpose. Chief of Police Newsham thought this information was never going to come out. That the forensic interview was never going to come out. That the child, and what the child says, that the detective told me, the detective lied to him, and the child is telling the forensic lady with the police department, the detective lied to him. The detective told me this and this and that Mustafa ran away. What is the detective lying to the kids? What is he doing lying to the kids? Oh, you're manufacturing probable cause. You can no longer use these statements in courts. You think you can still bring these statements in courts? Why do you think the prosecutor is terrified now? They thought they can lie to the kids, paint Mustafa as a monster, have the kids angry enough to talk bad about Mustafa, and then use those statements. Now the forensic interview is out. The police report doesn't reflect that what Jaden said, that the department, that the investigator is lying to him. I mean, he's on a forensic interview telling the psychologist with the police department the investigator told him lies. Well, prosecutor is terrified. There's a Google Nest inside the apartment that shows the kids love Mustafa. Mustafa loved the kids. It's a beautiful relationship. The chief of police was comfortable because he knows the forensic interview was never going to come out. The body cam were never going to come out. The dash camera is sealed. That he sits there and tell Muhammad, we're very comfortable with the evidence that we have. Yes, you've manufactured evidence. You manufactured probable cause. Now, we're going to watch this conversation.
Ice.
Look, you know when you look for something and then you can't find it? There we go. This is January 17th. This is Chief of Police Peter Newsham talking about
Somebody charged with murder while their vehicle is hampered like this, and then the officer lies. I'm sure you are. That's why you have a case.
Like I said, you can disagree with me. Like I said, you can dislike me, but that doesn't mean.
I don't dislike you, but would like you to do the right thing. You're off. Okay, hold on. The evidence was not preserved, sir. I'm just going to tell you.
I wish you and your family the very best.
Before you leave,
endeavor, and I wish you
before you leave, I want to say 3 things to you. Okay, the dash cam was cut before impact. Okay, Robert Drunk told Casey Stevens, the lawyer, he told him he had the audio. In court, he says there was no audio. Number 2, the vehicle was crushed. You guys have an obligation to preserve evidence, especially somebody that's charged with murder. You have an obligation to preserve the evidence. It hasn't been preserved.
And all this
Number 3,
come out and
sir, number 3, your officer flat out lied. He has it on his body cam recorded, and you refuse to fix the issue. He lied on the report based on that conversation.
That is your opinion.
That's not my opinion, that's a fact. I got a letter from you. I have a letter from you.
It's your opinion, you're entitled.
I have a letter from you saying that you're investigating. You're not entitled to this as a personal person. You're a chief of police.
Please respect my opinion. I'm respecting yours.
Can you send us a letter saying you've concluded your investigation?
Have a good night.
So that we know where you stand on this? Mr. Newsom. Can you at least send us a letter? Sir, can you at least send us a letter saying you've concluded your investigation? Or are you still going to stall us?
I'm not stalling anybody.
Sir, you're stalling us. You sent us 2 letters saying that you're still investigating when you just told us your opinion.
If the case has been closed, you will get a closure.
So you're going to wait all the way till the end of the case to close out your case against Trump? Okay, sir, have a good night.
You're under a federal investigation. The FBI is looking into you, Colonel Meliuris. You're killing people inside that jail, Colonel Meliuris. It's only a matter of time, sir. Colonel Meliuris, the FBI is watching you. The FBI is watching you. It's only a matter of time before they shut down the jail.
He just said his opinion, right? But he keeps sending us letters saying he's still investigating. But the truth is, he's already concluded his investigation the day the complaint was made. He's already made his choice. He knows what the end result is. But he keeps stalling us.
Susie, come on.
He keeps stalling us because he's covering up for an officer that lied. You, as a police chief, we expect you to do the right thing. Okay, this community has over 500,000 people. They expect an officer to do the right thing when they show up. His officers refused to show up to the jail yesterday. I called 911 for 3 hours and nobody shows up. At least show up and take a report.
DCJS and determination on who can be a police officer, that people who have DACA status can become police officers.
Can you say that?
This is a reporter. This is a reporter that he's talking to. This is sharing music with Prince William Times. Now, they feel comfortable. This is a reporter that's in bed with the county. And they're comfortable because they get to tell this reporter, Julie Carey with NBC4, their narrative that's falsified on paper. Body cams are sealed, discovery is sealed, pictures are sealed, and the only thing that they present is their narrative on the police reports. Now, the Commonwealth Attorney, who is a separate agency, brings up charges on police reports. Now, what do you do when there are falsified police reports? This reporter, at the time, said, the family is not a credible source. Well, what about now, sharing music? We have body cams. We have documents that is sealed by the county. You don't have to take our word for it. You can go and look at the body cams. You can go look at the documents. Where is sharing music with Prince William Times? Where is Julie Carey with NBC4? Now, Julie Carey on NBC4, last time she said anything, that the prosecutor has a lip reader. Now, where is Julie Carey in light of the document that is out now with Officer Zymus with Prince William County admitting that this dash camera has audio? Why would you need a lip reader if the dash camera has audio? On the SD card, Officer Zymus says there's audio. Now, this county gets away with doing what they do because they feel comfortable to seal off body cams in Discovery. We've seen him do it with Mustafa. We've seen him do it with Tatiana David. We've seen them do it with 18-year-old Juan Campos. This is a common practice for this county. Well, this county is in a lot of trouble because we're in possession of these documents and these body cams. And going forward, what we're going to do is go to Internal Affairs and file separate complaints for every police report that's falsified. For every police report that's falsified, that on a body cam, it shows otherwise. There's a narrative in the police report that's completely falsified, and it doesn't reflect what's actually happened on this body cam. Now, we expect Internal Affairs to investigate with Prince William County and to notify the separate agency, which is the Commonwealth Attorney, that's bringing up charges based on these police reports. Because the process is the Commonwealth Attorney, which is a separate agency that brings up charges based on the police reports. Well, the police reports are falsified. And this is not allegation. This is not what we think. This is a body cam. And right in front of it is a police report that's completely falsified. Now, on the record, we demand that Internal Affairs to investigate and look into these police reports that are falsified and to conduct an investigation, correct the police report, and notify the Commonwealth Attorney. Now, we're going to be stopping at the police department. We're going to be filing police reports. And the best is yet to come. This Commonwealth Attorney that's bringing up charges on falsified police report doesn't have a leg to stand on. I tell this community the best is yet to come. We have a federal investigation into this county, DOJ with the FBI. I ask every character involved in this case to be patient. It takes time. So your cell phone, your emails, your social media communication is going to be pulled in. And we're going to get to the bottom of what's going on with Mustafa Al-Jazari. The bottom line of this case is we have evidence that Mustafa did everything he can to avoid a tragic vehicle accident. And the police department, this is a targeted effort by the police department to turn this into something that it's not. Shelly, I love you, ma'am. On that note, I'm going to end the live.
So have a good night.
Yes, ma'am. You have a good night. I love you, ma'am. I appreciate you being here. By the way, I can't wait to show you the truck and what we're doing with the trucks.
I can't wait to see either. I have a, but I'm excited to see.
Yeah. It's a really unique idea. Where it says Free Mustafa on it with Mustafa's picture. It's like a billboard.
Yeah, that's exactly more like a TV mounting.
Exactly, it's beautiful. And then on the so I took off the magnets that says Quantico Roadside Assistance, and we're putting Mustafa's picture on it. It says Free Mustafa on it. On the back, there the small magnet. It says I'll just show you. It says donate to legal fund, Cash App legal fund, and Mustafa's legal fund is in it. So this is what it looks like. Let's see this one. This what it looks like. So you got a giant truck that has Mustafa's picture on it, and that's on the truck. And we're gonna be You know how you have, you know how you have like county trucks that is recognized by the community. This is a county truck. This truck is going to be in the local gas stations when every single person gets their coffee, gets their whatever, and they're going to be recognized. Now, the biggest problem for the county is, the media is in your pocket, and the media is terrified to cover Mustafa's story because the minute you cover it in any way, body cams, they're going to go viral. Now, what do you do when you have giant trucks? I've got 5 of these trucks. What do you do when these trucks are driving up and down the street all the way to DC? Whatever people congregate and there's people, we're going to be popping out with our trucks, passing out cards, having a conversation. And I mean, you want to bring attention to a story? Roll out giant trucks that has a billboard with your brother's picture on it.
That's amazing.
Ma'am, I can't, it's beautiful. And, I'll tell you, God is giving us strength to do what we do. And the material that we have, it's to be honest with you, I'll tell you, it's a miracle. That somehow, some way, where we have documents that are sealed by, these people are, I don't know what to say about, what they're doing. I mean, to abuse a community like this, it's sad. It's really sad.
Yeah, it is.
But love you, Shelly. Keep me in your prayers. Keep us in your prayers. Keep my brother in your prayers. And I will talk to you tomorrow.
All right, talk to you soon.
Love you, man.